Good evening, one and all. iPhone, you have raised your hand. Do you have any query? You can use chat box. We can't hear you.
నేను నువ్వు చేయొద్దంటేనే చేయొద్దాను ఆడు అడుగుతున్నాడు నీకు ఏమైనా క్వశ్చన్ చాట్ బాక్స్ లో చెప్పు నేను వినపట్టలేదు నువ్వు నాకు చెప్తున్నాడు.
హలో, హలో, నమస్కారం అండి. నేను డాక్టర్ రవీంద్రన్ మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. నమస్కారం. మీరు అదే జయచంద్ర గారు ఇచ్చారు మీ నెంబర్, అదే మిమ్మల్ని ఇన్వైట్ చేశారు. మీ పేరేముందండి దీంట్లో? ఒక్క నిమిషం. ఉదయ్ అని ఉంది, అదే కదండి? ఉదయ్ అని ఉంది, ఒకటే చూపెడుతుంది, ఉదయం చూపెడుతుంది. అదేనా? ఒకసారి మీరు ఏమైనా హ్యాండ్ రైజ్ చేయగలరా? అవునా? మీదే అంటే మీకు అలవాటు ఉందా? ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా పక్కన హెల్ప్ చేయడానికి? ఓకే, అదే పర్లేదు, అదే చెప్పారు. ఉదయం ఒకటే చూపెడుతుంది. Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the international conference on social work, sciences, respecting diversity, inclusion, social action, and sustainable development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with sriholistichealthfoundationindia and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and on behalf of all the collaborators, and also commemorating World Social Work Day celebrations and International Day of Forest 2023 celebrations. We welcome you all to the 4th day celebrations of International Conference. Before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. Today, we have with us our chief guest and keynote speaker for the day, commemorating International Day of Forests 2023. We have with us Sri P. Uday Shankar Garu. He is retired as Deputy Conservator of Forest, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, India, and he is presently guest faculty at AP State Forest Academy, Rajamahendravaram, Andhra Pradesh, India, and he is also guest faculty for various organizations in Remote Sensing Department, JNTU Hyderabad, Geometrics Department, National Institute of Rural Development, Information Technology, IIFM, Bhopal, GAS, Dr. MCR, HRDI, Hyderabad, and AP Forest Academy, erstwhile Hyderabad. And he has expertise in remote sensing, survey, DGPS, and forest inventory using GIS, and e-governance, and various aspects of geomatics. As part of geomatics team, Sir received icons and medals for e-governance projects in 2014 and in 2015, silver and gold medals respectively from Government of India at national level. And he has a vast experience working as a Deputy Conservator of Forests, retired after working in different wings and almost 19 years in geomatics. Oh. And he trained officers of Andhra Pradesh Forest Department and other state departments in GIS, also trained officers of other forest departments. He created GIS database in 1:50,000 scale in multiple themes for the entire state of Andhra Pradesh. Participated in JPS-based forest inventory in entire state of Andhra Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. We honor you. We take the pride to invite you and welcome you. And we express our sincere gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of all the panelists and participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome you. You can unmute yourself, sir, start your video and start your session. Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra Garu. Are you able to see me?
Yes, sir. You are visible. Your voice is clear.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am honored to address you on this auspicious occasion of World Forestry Day 2023. I would like to talk about the relevance of World Forestry Day in India, a country that is home to some of the world's most diverse and dense forests. India is a country blessed with rich biodiversity, and our forests are testimony to this fact. Our forests are home to over 90,000 species of animals, 46,000 species of plants, and a diverse range of fungi and microbes. However, despite their immense value, our forests are facing numerous threats such as deforestation, forest degradation, and fragmentation. The primary drivers of these threats are human activities such as illicit felling, agriculture, and infrastructure development. India has taken several steps towards forest conservation, and we have made significant progress in increasing our forest cover in recent years. According to the Indian State of Forest Report 2019, India's forest cover was increased by 5,188 square kilometers in the last 2 years, that is 17 and 19. However, we still have a long way to go to ensuring the sustainable management of forests. Incidentally, I am reading the information given by ChatGPT. Actually, nowadays, everybody knows that ChatGPT can write anything on any subject, any matter. Okay. Yesterday and today, I'm receiving a lot of WhatsApp messages from my fraternity, my friends, about World Forestry Day, and a lot of videos also I am receiving. So nowadays, it's not great to know about anything through this media, okay, electronic media. So actually, I am not going to talk about forestry, their advantage and all that. No doubt, that's something. But I am going to give my experiences in forestry from last 50 years. Because though I have started my training in 1975, I started working from 1979, and I retired in 2011. But I am associated with forestry and forest people through my training schedules and all that. I am aware of all the happenings in the forest. So I want to share my experiences. So kindly bear with me, even if I think I will start with one movie.
Life is about balance, about give and take. And forests give us so much.
Sir, my PPT కనిపిస్తుంది.
Purify our water.
We can't see the videos.
Clean our air.
We can hear the sound, but we can't see the video, sir. We can see the PPT.
Okay.
You can click on share button, sir, and select the window in which the video is playing.
Okay. Now?
Now it's visible.
Life is about balance, about give and take. And forests give us so much. They purify our water. They clean our air. They fight climate change by capturing carbon. They give us food, life-saving medicines, and they improve our well-being. But our forests are vulnerable. They are endangered by fires, pests, droughts, and other threats. That is why we need to look after them. We need to give, not only take. Healthy forests for healthy people.
Okay, there are some of the, I think, captions I am receiving through WhatsApp and all those things. Forests are vital source of food, medicine, and other necessities of mankind. Sustainable management of forest and use of its resources are key to combating the climatic change and contributing to the well-being of current and future generations. Healthy forests reduce the risk of transmission disease from animals to man. Just now I received one of the Geneva Convention video, also very good video, but I don't want to share it because it's very lengthy video. So nowadays everybody can understand. Only thing is people should have interest in knowing things. Okay. Now I want to tell my way of my experience. World Forest Day. Let me tell you, wish you all World Forest Day. Happy World Forest Day. I think it is being commemorated in March 21st every year. Why? Because I think it is equinox day for both hemispheres. That means equal day and equal night for both hemispheres. Actually, it is very relevant for forestry because we need photosynthesis. We need sun, and as well as for somatic development, we need night also. So it's relevant very forest growth. It was started in 2012. And a specific theme for every year was given. This year theme is forest and health. Forest and health. Forest and health. Even the theme itself is very suitable, particularly after COVID epidemic. Because people, I think, have seen so many theories and videos. There is a relation between climate change and the COVID epidemic. Because, as you know, man-animal conflict, because the reduction of forest brings animals into the habitations, and there is a lot of conflicts. Like that, we are thinking about animals only, but actually, by reducing forest, all these microbes and all microorganisms are also coming out. So in that way, COVID has also come out. There's a theory. Like that, we're having ice caps. Ice caps were formed long back ago. In those times, all those microbes and all that were there. Because of global warming, these ice caps are melted and these viruses are released. I think this is another theory. So all this because of production of greenhouse gases. We cannot, it's a very big subject, greenhouse gases. We cannot stop development without producing greenhouse gases. Mostly fossil fuels, uses of fossil fuels and fluorocarbons and so many other things. Okay, because of greenhouse gases and even because of population also, we are releasing more carbon dioxide. But the thing is, in olden days, forest used to sequester this carbon because that is the only best solution for carbon sequestration, raising forest. That is the, but because of reduction in forest, we have this situation is poor carbon sequestration, with which the resulting thing is global warming. Global warming in turn is bringing climatic change. Seasons have changed, and rains are not coming forward. Finally, it's disruptive ecosystem is this situation. Okay.
Healthy ecosystems are intertwined with our health and well-being, our economy, and our security.
Sir, again, we can't see video.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Yes, thank you.
Ecosystems provide many benefits, like clean air and clean water. They protect us from severe weather, like hurricanes and floods. Ecosystems also provide places for people to get outdoors and enjoy nature, habitat for plants, fish, and wildlife, and materials to produce our food, clothing, shelter, and pharmaceuticals. The decisions we make individually and collectively can affect ecosystems and their ability to provide these goods and services. Though the benefits of ecosystems are critically important to human well-being, they are often overlooked and taken for granted, mainly due to lack of information. To help fill this information gap, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and its partners developed EnviroAtlas. This interactive web application gives users information about ecosystems, benefits they provide, and factors that may affect them. EnviroAtlas contains tools and resources that allow users to understand the implications of planning and policy decisions and their impact on our fragile ecosystems. The easy-to-use EnviroAtlas interactive map brings together national, regional, state, and local geospatial data and analysis tools that anyone can access. Using EnviroAtlas, staff from all levels of government, environmental and public health professionals, researchers, and educators can access, view, and analyze diverse information to better understand how to conserve, restore, and sustain ecosystems. For example, regional planners could use EnviroAtlas to examine proposed high-speed rail line routes. They could see the potential effects on threatened and endangered species or habitats along the proposed routes while gauging the merits of a new rail station in a specific community. EPA is providing EnviroAtlas to help people make informed decisions that will protect the places where we live, learn, work, and play for years to come. EnviroAtlas, connecting people, human health, ecosystems, and the economy.
Okay. So this year's slogan is healthy forests and healthy people. Okay. Actually, what is forest? By definition, we have a lot of different definitions in dictionaries, and in forestry also we are having a lot of definitions. For the sake of law, we are having different definitions. For the sake of understanding different definition. Actually, generally we say that forest is just a group of trees. Okay, but what is healthy forest? I think this is a tricky thing. Healthy forest is different from natural forest. Forest automatically it will grow if you leave a land and untouched. It will automatically become a forest. Even in a developed house also, you can have a lot of plants if nobody enters into it. So what is healthy forest? It's a forestry man. Healthy forest. We learned a lot of things about healthy forest. So I want to lead my discussion in that aspect. So I have joined in the department in 1975 as a forester, underwent training in forest college in Coimbatore for 2 years. Then 1 year we roamed around the entire India and seen all the forests. Okay, so my experience is very rich at that time. Very pristine forests we have seen, very untouched forests also we have seen. Then I joined the Andhra Pradesh State Forest Department, and I worked in coffee plantation project in 1980s. Why am I explaining this is because the situation, the climate condition, the growing of forest, the planting seedlings is different from time to time. In 1980s, our prime work is growing coffee plants. Coffee is a shade bearer. It has to grow under a tree. So naturally, we are having virgin forest in Chintapalli area. Chintapalli, I think you might have, Andhra people might have heard about it. Chintapalli, Namasingi, in Visakhapatnam district. Forest under the forest cover, we used to plant coffees. Okay, but even that planting and raising coffee has become a very big task because it's very delicate seedling. To not to grow, we used to take a lot of care in the nursery stage and as well as planting stage. Okay, but after establishing the seedling, natural forest used to cover it to filter the shade. because direct sunlight it cannot take. It needs only filter sunlight only. But in due course, natural forest will degrade. So we have to replace the natural forest. So in place of natural forest, we used to plant another species, the fast growing species called cellular oak, that is Grevillea robusta, which is very fast growing and it will filter very nicely and very compatible to coffee. Okay. But in those days, we used to take a lot of efforts in growing coffee, but we never took effort in raising robusta. Simply at the end of the monsoon, June, July, August, we usually just scoop the earth and plant silver seedlings, though gunny bags. They used to come up very well. So silver used to take very less efforts, whereas coffee used to take the efforts. The same experience I underwent in 1990s while I was working in Paderu, because Paderu area was denuded forests. They are having denuded forests because of Jolaput Dam. During construction of Jolaput Dam, I think all the tribal villages evacuated or not given any alternative land, so they migrated to Andhra border and they started food cultivation and all that. So we are having a big project called Soil Conservation Project from Government of India, River Valley Project. The concept of the River Valley Project is don't keep forest area open, always cover it with some tree growth. So what we used to do is, in Podu cultivation, the tribal will cut the trees and do agriculture for 2 to 3 years or 3 to 4 years. Then you will abandon the area because it's not profitable to grow any crop there. Those abandoned areas were taken up by us and we used to plant silver oak so that it will be covered. But in the 1990s, even growing silver oak is also become difficult. That is the difference of climatic change. Within 10 years, there was a lot of climatic change. Rainfall was erratic and soil was gone away. So that is the situation. Okay. Finally, in 1996, I joined in information technology group, forestry in a World Bank project. I went to Finland, Helsinki University for forest inventory purpose. That means forest resources assessment, because it's management of forest needs monitoring also. Monitoring means in olden days, monitoring is not a big problem because every 25 square kilometers of forest, we used to have a forest beat officer assisted with the assistant beat officer. They used to roam the area, they used to find out culprits, and even people are also very docile and they are very righteous. So not much of harm used to be happening. But nowadays, population has exploded and forest was fragmented and a lot of illicit fellings and a lot of land grabbing for agriculture is happening. So nowadays, monitoring the people annually is very difficult. So we went to Finland to understand the modern way of resource assessment. So I went to Finland. There I have seen the forest. I think Finland, you might be knowing that one of the number one, the happiest country, and it's having a lot of forest, particularly private forest and government forest. There the problem is forest is growing day by day. Forest is growing exactly opposite to our Indian scenario. Why? Because old people stopped doing agriculture. Young people, they are not taking up agriculture. They're taking up different jobs and they're leaving the old people in villages. So old people, because they can't do agriculture further, they're leaving it and it has become forest. So that's why there is a big problem for Finland government, because the forest is growing and more. Even that type of growth is also very dangerous for forest management. Just like China where all old people, number of old people are more and extras are less. It's not a good economy. But India is very good on the other hand. So in forest, we should have all age classes, age gradations, and normal forest should be there. So for that purpose, they used to do this remote sensing forest resource assessment. So we went there and we have observed it. So that is the experience. Because the difference between India and Finland is population is very less in Finland, and very developed country. So everybody knows everything. So they're very sensitive to ecosystem and all that. So that is my Finland experience. So now coming to our in Andhra Pradesh. In Andhra Pradesh also it has become difficult to monitor forest in traditional way. As I already told you, traditionally people cannot monitor because fragmentation and lot of destruction happening with each and everywhere, people cannot see. So we started using technology called geomatics. So I was working in that geomatics for 19 years, and we are the pioneers in India. Pioneers in India, we started first a geometric center, then we have developed into another 2 centers, and we have done a lot of work also. Not only thematic themes. Presently, my successors, my range officers who become in charge of the geometric center, doing excellent work in geomatics also. So actually, this technology we are using it to find out the outcome of AP forestry project using this technology. AP forestry project has given a lot of money to government of Andhra Pradesh, involving shareholders, that village communities in forest protection and all that. And it is called WSWD something self-help group, and they have done a lot of work. And we use this technology to evaluate what is the growth rate and all that. Excellent results were come up with that. Work to World Bank, I accepted for second project after 5 years, EPC project from 96, 2000 to 2005 also they have given another project. And even that project was prepared under using this remote sensing GIS technology. Okay? And another most important thing is we have done forest inventory just like Finland. The entire forest of Andhra Pradesh, with the laying out 800 sample pads and nook and corners, people are found difficulty in going there. But by using the GPS technology and remote sensing technology and GIS technology, we created a lot of database, nearly 30 quantitative and qualitative parameters created. That's the biggest achievement we have done with these things. So with this, we started strategic planning. So actually, this technology is useful for strategic planning. So basing on this, people can create their operational planning at division level or range level or beat level. Okay. This is actually because I am in the head office and I am using in the head office region. I used to see entire forest of Andhra Pradesh through this technology. But actually, why use this technology? Because strategic planning, operational planning, finally forest management only. So let us go to the history, how people used to manage forest. Initially, man enjoyed forest knowingly or unknowingly. He doesn't know anything about forest, but simply enjoyed. It's for recreational purpose, for hunting, for getting use of it, getting timber, even for getting agricultural land also they used it. So there no management. Why? Because good population forest ratio. Population is very less and forest is very more. And ecosystem was undisturbed. Ecosystem was undisturbed because of all these things. But in due course, population was increased and there is a need for forest management. So initially, we don't have any forest management. Technical forest management was started in Europe because Europe is having a limited area of forest and their population was growing in those days. So they started technical management of forest. And the same for technical forest management was introduced in India by Britishers in 1920s and all that. So they started in top slip in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh they have started. So, and the same technology was being taught in our forest college in Coimbatore and Dehradun. Presently, there are so many other colleges, but in olden days, there are 2 colleges for South India, Coimbatore, and North India, Dehradun. The funniest thing is, whatever syllabus they prepared in those days were taught to us in 1975 also. That means 50 years back also, we learned the same technology, same technical technology. But even now also I am teaching the same technology because In India, we don't have the scientific temper. We don't have this technology savvy people working in the department. So we're still using this old technology only. I am teaching the same thing in forest administration, forest utilization, forest, with so many other relevant subjects also. Actually, primary duty of our every forest is healthy, making forest healthy. Just I previously told what is healthy forest. I am going to tell about healthy forest in next slides. Healthy forest means it should provide goods and service in perpetuity. Perpetuity means forever. It's goods and services. I think goods and services, another way we can call it as a direct and indirect benefit. Okay, direct benefits are everybody must all. Every village dwellers, villagers surrounding forest, even normal common sense man also will understand direct produce, that is timber, non-timber, medicinal plants, so many other things. That, but nowadays people are less dependent on forest because alternative timber, alternative fuel have come up. Thank God for the technologies. But many of our states, medicinal plants, still we are depending on that. And indirect benefits, I think most of the people doesn't know. They are biodiversity and wildlife protection and wetlands preservation and all that. So all these things to make a healthy forest, as a forest officer, forest academies, you have to learn 20 and odd subjects. Okay, there are so many subjects, out of which for management purpose and some 5 to 6 subjects are very important. But I'm going to tell about forest protection, forest management in the next slides. Okay. In protection, if you take protection, as I told earlier, very less pressure used to be there, very less pressure. And people are righteous. Righteous means they're very innocent. They never used to do any wrong things. That's why our people, we used to protect forest very happily. And they're responsible also and cooperating, particularly fire seasons. Fire seasons, they themselves used to go. Nowadays, if a fire alarm comes from Modi's satellite, we intimate immediately with the forest beat officer through cell phone, and he will go there and then ask for help and go and extinguish fire. But in olden days, such a facility was not there. But still, local people used to go and stop the fires. Like that, even boundaries, demarcation, boundary clearance, everything we used to do. They used to help our forest people, very responsible. But even the policies are also affected those things. National forest policies. Initially, the national forest policy was proclaimed during British Raj in 1894. At that time, forests were very plenty, and the Britishers' aim is to collect more revenue from agriculture. So they used to give a lot of lands to people for agriculture. They encourage the agriculture. Okay, no problem. Agriculture, but still they kept in mind of technical forest management. That's why they created a types of forest, 3 types of forest. One is village forest, second one is protected forest, and third one is reserved forest. Prime interior forests were reserved as reserved forest, and out of on the buffer of those forests, they created as a protected forest, and surrounding villages they kept as village forest. So people for daily uses like firewood, small timber, they used to go to village boundaries, they used to get firewood and all that. If they need more big timber for house construction and all that, they used to go to protected forest surrounding the reserve forest. They never used to go to reserve forest at all. See, in such a way they've cleared, they systematically arranged forest system basing on the policies. In 1952, after independence, we have modified few regulations, but still, because we are such a newly emerged independent India, and we need a lot of economic development. So we give importance to industries and forest industries and economic development. So we are relaxed some rules, but however, they never bothered about our forest health and all that. But present scenario is very different. People will become more greed. Okay, so they started illicit fellings and land grabbing, land hunger, and incendiarism, that intentionally putting fires in all that, so that they can have a grazing land, they can have agricultural land and that. So these things are causing a lot of this. So as I told you, only this system of forest beat officer and forest section of range officer, forest section officer were not sufficient at all. So now we are using modern technology like drones and the strike forces. I think now we are using strike force and red sanders, and remote sensing we are using for forest forest density, whether it's growing or not, whether it's changing the its quality from open forest to dense forest or very dense forest and all that. We are using remote sensing, and that is called state of forest report. We are doing it every 2 years in the state, and the government of India, Forest Survey of India is doing it every 4 years. Okay, so with that we are able to understand where exactly forest is including, where exactly forest is developing, so that we are taking active measures. But using drones, you can immediately find out where fires are, where illicit things are there, and we're immediately taking local people help or taking strikes. First, we're controlling forest protection. Next, management.
Sir,
So,
the
protection
slides
is-
are not changing, sir.
Pardon?
Slides are not changing. We are still in the first slide.
Really?
Yes, sir. I thought you were sharing experience, so you would. We are on the first slide, sir.
Is it okay? This slide you are able to see?
Yeah, we can see the slide, but we are on the first title slide.
Only title slide only.
You have to click on that second, third slides using your mouse, or you can click on slideshow mode. Then you would be able to change. Sometimes full screen doesn't work, sir.
Okay. What about now?
Now it's changing, sir. We are on the second slide.
Second slide. Okay. Anyhow, I've gone through all those things. So it's only just normal slides only. There are no pictures and all that. Okay.
Thanks. Please continue.
For management purpose, I think actually the slogan for forest management, the least managed forest is the best managed. The least managed. I think I can give you examples. If people are in Hyderabad, they can observe that KBR National Park. When I was working there, KBR National Park is not having much of a growth because it used to have fence, and a lot of people used to cross the fence and cut the trees and all that. But after constructing the wall, after constructing the wall, the forest has grown tremendously. Even wildlife has also entered into the forest, and it has created its own ecosystem. So that is the best thing. But it is, like that, another example is in Visakhapatnam, where I am, Kailasgiri. As a forest range officer, we planted so many times on that Kailasgiri hill. So many species were experimented, but nothing was happened. Later, that Oda was formed, and Oda has constructed one wall around the Kailasgiri, and the forest has grown beautifully. And now it is becoming the biggest sightseeing place for Visakhapatnam visitors. Like that, Vizag Zoo is also having a lot of it. So that what I mean to say is, if you don't touch the forest, it will automatically manage itself. Actually, that's what happened in the historical times. So we never used to go to the forest. But just I have told you for the Finland experience that even leaving forest is also very difficult. Just like China, all trees will become old and suddenly all they will die, and you don't have variations. So we have to healthy forest. We have to create healthy forest. That means it has to produce the direct and indirect benefits, perpetuity in continuation to mankind. So that's what we call in our technology sustained yield. Yield means not only material yield, direct and indirect yields also. So for which we need a normal growing stock. Okay, these are all technical terms. These are all technical terms. This is normal growing stock. Normal growing stock means it should have normal increment, and normal age gradations and age classes. All types of trees starting from first year to or maturity age tree or classes or some 5 to 10 years age class or 10 to 20 years class, like that. Also it should have. So our primary duty of a forest officer is to create forest in such a way. To create it. That's why now China has also started accepting that second baby also, because there's a population imbalance is going to happen. That's why they have done it. So whereas in India we are having good ratio of age gradations and all that. Like that, in forest also we have to use it. For these to create such things, we have a lot of systems called silviculture systems. Silviculture is nothing but science of growing forest, just like agriculture, horticulture, and apiculture and all that silviculture systems. So we learnt all these things in our forest colleges. What I told you is that was developed by Europeans in those days, and they brought it to our country. Then we started learning it. But I don't know about the previous forest officers how they have done it. But after my joining my department, I never able to do it. All these silviculture systems. Why? Because by the time I started working in forest in 1980s, there is a ban on forest management. That means Forest Conservation Act was implemented and no tree should be cut. No tree should be cut. So what happens? Again, it's also no doubt at that time it is a very best policy, but nowadays it's not the best policy. Unless until we remove old, dead, dying and moribund trees, otherwise they will be threatened to, they will be encouraged fire also. So that policies we have to implement. So to create such things, we are having a system called working plan, which was written for 10 years in forest division. And very strangest thing is we are having working plan written 100 years back also. You can happily read what happens in those forests and how those foresters are experienced, what type of intervention they have done in forestry and how they develop the forest and all that. You see, Britishers, they ruled our country in 1940, after 1947. They amassed a lot of wealth by cutting forest and exporting to European countries. Particularly in Second World War, they have supplied lot of timber to European countries and helped the Second World War. But they have done it in a systematic manner, in such a way that by the time we got independence, the forests were still in the position in the normal forest mode. So that is how technology was developed, conversion technology. But unfortunate thing is, even now also, in present situation also, the forests are becoming less and less, not even for suchable for any type of management. So that's the reasons I think everybody understands. Because of I think last slide I'm going to tell about this thing. Awareness. So awareness, regarding awareness, indirect benefits, educated children, youth and adults, everybody knows awareness. Nowadays, school exhibitions and school debates and school competitions and school, even our forest department is also conducting a lot of essay writing and all that. Everybody knows about awareness about all this. But the thing is, actually, they are not imbibed in their attitude. That's the biggest problem. Like that, even propaganda about global warming, biodiversity, wildlife, wetland conservation, so many things people are telling. There are so many sites, there are so many seminars and webinars, everything is happening. But the thing is, one side they will hear, and second, and whatever they want to do, they are doing it. And third one is, these are all my personal opinions actually. Planting programs have become a showcase nowadays, particularly for publicity and creating records, 1 crore plants or 5 crore plants and all that. And celebrities, they started showcasing it in this. Even unseasonal planting is also doing. So, but poor aftercare is also carrying out. So my conclusion is, a tree is what 1,000 seedlings planted. So all these things are not useful unless until you really save the tree. And deteriorating situations are starting because of people ignorance. We have to change the people's attitude, educated and uneducated, both people. And particularly people's representatives, they must take initiative. They are very, very negligent, I think, for the better causes, everybody knows it. So though they are witnessing disasters and calamities, but they are not changing the attitude. I don't know what the solution is. Okay, just this is my, I think, speech. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Uday Shankar Garu. It was, in brief, you have almost covered all the aspects. In the context of India's G20 presidency, sir, so we have got an opportunity to represent and host the G20 summit. And in this context, how we can take this movement ahead to the entire world, or to the G20 nations where our forests are depleting. And as you rightly pointed out, various issues, challenges are there in forest management. So how do you see, sir?
Actually, government has to take initiative. Government has to change. Policymakers have to change. So one side in meetings and all that, they will talk all those things, but actually they have to encourage. Particularly, I think I have not told you about these things. The forestry sector was very neglected sector, not only in our state, in almost all states. All states, they're giving least priority because it's once upon a time, as I told you, Britishers, they have amassed wealth from selling of forest goods and all that. Now there's no revenue from forest. Only thing is we have to put more money in this in these aspects. Whatever you want to do, awareness or planting progress and all that, and aftercare and incentives, all those things. Then the change has to come before policymakers. That's my idea.
Thank you, sir. And how the normal public, we have seen different kind of forestries, sir, like urban forestry, social forestry, like you also pointed out about these, leased forests like KBR Park, and one more case study you have shared. So, generally how the system works and how such, forests are created within the urban or rural areas, and how a common man or public can take part in such initiatives.
Actually, I have worked in 2 forestry projects. Only AP forestry project from 1996 to 2001, and another one basing on the success of that forestry project. Another project was given in 2001 to 2007. There we included the shareholding with the forest dwellers and all that. But initially they've shown a lot of interest. Initially, the first phase, they have done a lot of beautiful work they have done. And really, we appreciated their work, and through remote sensing also, even we can see the greenness and all that. But in the second forestry project, I think a lot of politics entered in the people's mind, and they've taken these self-help groups into their personal these things, and instead of showing forestry interest, and they have simply made this program as wage earner. And the present situation is still worst. Nobody's taking this. I think this concept wholeheartedly, just for the sake of earning money only, they are doing it, or planting programs and all that. Only schools and all that they may do, some NGO organizers, but actually people. So I think I should not say on this forum, but they become most selfish in my personal opinion.
Yes, we are seeing the impact of climate change with the depletion of forests, and no one is left, untouched. As you have so much experience and you have been seeing how climate change is impacting, and even the south and north poles are melting, which are minus 30, 40 now are, we have seen 20 degrees also recently somewhere in an article I have read. So, we see so much, 60 degrees difference is a huge impact.
Yes.
And we are losing also, as we have seen, from 3% of fresh water, we don't even have 1% now because of melting of glaciers and all.
Yes, yes.
So these are, very much pertinent issues now. And if we don't take any action, then definitely soon, which the planet was surviving since billions and billions of years. But unfortunately, in last 2-3 centuries, we have seen rapid devastation, destruction happening. So how do we survive then if the same continues? Even the UN also declared this decade as a UN restoration decade. So in this decade, by 2030, if we don't take serious measures, then we'll be beyond restoration, and more impacts, disaster. So what kind of suggestions, or how do you look forward for the common, any message for the common public where any initiatives can be taken, sir?
Actually, I'm a technological person rather than a forest officer, because I worked very few years in forestry and more work in technology. So am I not the correct person to give the correct opinion or satisfactory opinion?
Maybe using technology also, because now everyone has smartphones and social media. Everyone is on mostly social media active. So maybe as a technology perspective, you can share something, where we can also take part. Everyone can have this say on conservation and protection of forests.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And if time permits, can we invite some questions from the participants?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, sir. So, dear friends, now the forum is open for queries. If you have any queries, observations, feel free to share. This is a wonderful occasion on the International Day of Forests. And we have very experienced, eminent personality from the forest department who has dedicated entire life in the forest. So let's share our observations also. Might be we have a lot of queries also. So you can unmute yourself and you can share your observations or clarify your queries one by one. So Mary, can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me the opportunity to share my opinion. So it's a wonderful presentation, sir. I learned a lot of things. It's new awareness for me because I'm from arts department, and this forest things is a new topic for me. So I learned lots, sir. And how to conserve forest, how to protect forest, how we should plant more trees, and how to maintain sustainable development. Lot of information, sir. Okay. It's a mind-blowing experience for me, sir. And lot of takeaway. It's a wonderful this experience you're given, sir, and more than theoretical PowerPoint you're giving your experience. So it is more applicable for us, sir, for learners like me. So all the best, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, and
anyone else? Feel free to unmute yourself and share.
A very good evening to one and all. I Chebolu Manasa. Firstly, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my observation, and also our speaker, Uday Shankar sir, for explaining in detail about forest conservation, biodiversity, wildlife, global warming, wetland conservation, and many more aspects in a really insightful, knowledgeable, and wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Manasa. Anyone else? Yeah, Sakina, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Ravindra sir, the participants, and our keynote speaker, Dr. Uday Shankar Garu sir. Sir, thank you for sharing your experience and expertise on food and agriculture topic. In the beginning, you spoke about a substitute or an alternate to coffee that I think you mentioned it grows really fast. May I please know what is the name of that crop? And is it easily available in the food market?
Yeah, yes. Actually, that is a shade plant. It's a fast growing species, but it will not come in the plain areas. It needs some elevation. 3000 and odd elevation it needs. And it's called Grevillea robusta. We call it silver oak. I think you can see hill stations.
Silver oak.
Silver oak.
Okay.
The leaf is like a oak only, silver oak. And later on, people started, particularly Girijan Cooperative Corporation, to improve the livelihood of tribals, to win away from this forest photo cultivation. They have taken all photo areas and they grown the silver oak. After substantial height of the silver oak trees, they planted coffee in between them. They created forest and planted coffee. Now it is the biggest coffee production area now, those areas. Whereas we forest
that's
department,
great.
We forest department, we taken only natural forest up to 84. I worked there, and after 84, this Forest Conservation Act came, and some lacuna in the Forest Conservation Act is we should not grow any non-forested crops in forest area. Coffee became a non-forested crop, so we stopped growing coffee. Luckily, out of forest area, even though it is vacant lands, Girijan Cooperative Corporation has created lot of shade initially, then planted coffee. Now there is a specific brand called Girijan Coffee available in Visakhapatnam, even online also it's available. Coffee.
Oh, is it available online?
Online also, Girijan Coffee.
Okay, I'm a coffee drinker. I love my chai, but I also have my coffee.
Yes, Girijan Coffee is there.
So that caught my attention immediately when you were speaking about that.
Yes.
My other question, real quick, is by any chance is ICSWSRDISASD in any way helping with our growth in the crops and other areas? Has there been any help or support from them? I have visited ICSWSRDISASD a few times, and that's why I thought of it when I heard you speak.
ICSWSRDISASD main purpose is the semi-arid tracts only. The crops which are being grown throughout the world in semi-arid tracts only, they will concentrate. The purpose of the ICSWSRDISASD itself is this thing. Normal conventional agriculture, they won't concentrate. Actually, because I am also one of my shhfi is working in geomatics center ICSWSRDISASD. This thing I used to visit him while I was in Hyderabad. They used to concentrate on disease-resistant varieties in different countries, and they used to correct the climatic conditions, the soil conditions, all such conditions through remote sensing. They collect, and they used to verify such type of soils are available in other countries. And that's a very good project they have done. Such work they used to do, but forestry, I think they never touched.
Right. Understood. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for answering the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sakina. Anyone else would like to share? You can quickly unmute yourself. There is one query, sir, from Rajeshwari Challadurai.
Okay.
Sir, please tell me about Miyawaki method of afforestation. Sorry if I did spell right or wrong.
Okay. Miyawaki forest was created by Japanese. I think you can create forest within short time and within short span of area, within short area, but good timber trees and all that. But actually, as a pilot project, they have done so many people they have done in so many universities and all that. But a large scale, it's not possible. It's very costly operation, very, very costly. So I think in researches what happens as a pilot project, they will do a lot of concentration and they will give a lot of efforts and they will make it success. But in scaling out that research, most of the people fail. Like that in Miyawaki, in our Indian conditions, I think it's not that much popular because it needs a lot of money. Only we are suggesting that type of plantation only for the industries, because there is an obligation for all industries to mitigate the pollution they created. So for that purpose, they have been assigned to create forest by purchasing some vacant and all that. So in such areas, because they are big industries, they can put a lot of money in it. They are creating Miyawaki forest. But on a national level or state level, I think we cannot carry out Miyawaki in other areas.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hope your query is answered.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for joining us on this wonderful occasion and gracing us and sharing your knowledge with all of us. It has been a very insightful session, and we are very fortunate to have you on this wonderful occasion of International Day of Forests, and we express our sincere gratitude on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, Pure Earth Foundation, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc., USA, Raj Bahadur Venkatram Reddy Women's College, International Federation of Social Workers, Nigeria Association of Social Workers, and Global Forum for Sustainable Development, and all other fraternity. We express our sincere, heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the presenters and participants. Thank you, sir, once again for joining us and sharing your valuable insights.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Jayachandra Garu, for recommending and advising you to this, introducing us to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, dear friends, there will be poll feedback for this session. We request you to quickly attend to the poll. So, as per your convenience, you may stay back, sir, or leave.
Actually, I am suffering with vertigo, so I will leave now.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Dear friends, feedback form has been raised and it will be there for 5 minutes. We request everyone to quickly attend to the feedback form in the form of polls. And those who are not able to access the feedback form, or in case of any issues, you can quickly log out and log in. Or you can update your Zoom app with the latest version and you can try it. And stay back, we have presentations today, along with we are celebrating and commemorating World Social Work Day. And we have a special guest coming up. And on the occasion of Social Work Day, we are issuing a separate certificate exclusively on Social Work Day. So kindly stay back today So you can enjoy the session as well as you can get an additional certificate commemorating Social Work Day along with your conference certificate. Every third week, every year, third week of March, on Tuesday. So we are commemorating and celebrating World Social Work Day. And this year, we are celebrating World Social Work Day on 21st March 2023. That is today, Tuesday, third week of March 2023. So this year, the theme is respecting diversity through joint social action. It stems from the People Charter for a New Eco-Social World and recognizes that changes happen locally through our diverse leadership and leaderful communities. So this day provides a wonderful opportunity to acknowledge how communities can make powerful actions and which lead us to inclusive social transformation. There are many examples and case studies that highlight social work's role in working with communities in this journey. On this occasion, all stakeholders are invited to a new sustainable eco-social world. To join on this journey, we must all take together. We will bring our local and global experience to make transformative change happen, as quoted by Jochin Mumba, IFSW President. So on this occasion of World Social Work Day, so let's together explore this profession. Initially, World Social Work Day was a celebration that aims to highlight the achievements of social work to raise the visibility of social work services for the future of societies and to defend social justice and human rights. So every year, World Social Work Day is celebrated on the third Tuesday of March. It is a celebration that has become a high point in the social work calendar, with social workers all over the world celebrating and promoting the contributions of the profession to individuals, families, communities, and wider society. The first day of social work, or the first Social Work Day, was celebrated in 2007 under the theme Social Work, Making a World of Difference. The initiative of celebrating World Social Work Day was approved by the member nations or organizations of the International Federation of Social Workers, IFSW, at the General Meeting in Adelaide 2004. The current date was agreed in the General Meeting in Brazil 2008 and to be in place to 2020. However, we must look at the beginning of 1980s to find the origins of the world celebration. In 1983, IFSW United Nations representatives in New York, led by the Jack A. Kamiko, proposed a project to bring social workers of the area into UN headquarters in the New York. This was the beginning of annual celebration called Social Work Day at the United Nations. The original idea between the Social Work Day was to organize an event that could be a way of interpreting the work of the United Nations to the social work profession and of alerting social workers to the means by which they can collaborate with the NGOs on humanitarian issues. Since this first annual Social Work Day at the United Nations, the IFSW UN representatives continued to organize these days during either April or March. So 25th March 1986, the third Social Work Day at the United Nations was organized under the theme Children and Youth Can Make the Difference, Revival and Development, in cooperation with the NASW's Peace and Disarm Committee. 28th April 1987, the fourth annual Social Work Day at United Nations in New York used the theme International Perspectives on Changing Family Implications for the Social Policy. On 29th March 1989, the sixth annual Social Work Day at the United Nations was organized with the theme The Impact of Environment on the Human Condition, an international human rights problem. On 21st March 1990, the seventh annual Social Work Day at the United Nations was held under the theme Empowerment Through Literacy and Education, International Opportunities. The event was organized by IFSW team at the UN, New York, and jointly sponsored by IFSW, National Association of Social Workers, New York Chapter, Social Workers for Peace and Nuclear Disarmament, and other NASW-related bodies. On 19th March 1981, the 8th annual Social Work Day at the United Nations was held with the theme Global Upheavals, Social Consequences for the Family. On 24th March 1992, the 9th annual Social Work Day at the UN was devoted to the subject of AIDS. Global Upheavals and international crisis, a social work call to the action. On 23rd March 1993, the 10th anniversary of Social Work Day was held under the theme A Global Challenge, Ethnic Conflict and Humanitarian Issues. Along the years, the initiative that started in New York in 1983 has spread to other headquarters, and IFSW UN representatives now organize events in Geneva and in Bangkok to celebrate Social Work Day in the United Nations. So following the spirit of Social Work Day at the United Nations, the question of an international focused global Social Work Day was part of IFSW General Meeting or agenda for a number of years. In addition, several members organizations started seeking the IFSW Secretariat guidance about the existence of an international social work day and their desire to coordinate a national social work day with that date. In 1997, IFSW members organizations in Europe launched a Pan-European Social Work Action Day, which arose from the European Union funded social inclusion project. This initiative that was widely supported across Europe led to a global proposal about celebrating a World Social Work Day. IFSW members debated about how to link to the Social Work Day at the United Nations and to the European Social Work Day. At the IFSW General Meeting 2004 in Adelaide, members organizations voted to establish an international social work day. In 2006, in Munich, at IFSW General Meeting, members agreed that the theme for the World Social Work Day 2008 would remain the same theme as the Jubilee year, Social Work Making a World of Difference. The first World Social Work Day was celebrated worldwide in 2007 under the theme Social Work Making a World Difference, and on April 15th, 2008, IFSW members organized the second World Social Work Day and continued this theme, Social Work Making a World of Difference. So in 2008, at the IFSW General Meeting in Brazil, IFSW member of organizations agreed that future World Social Work Days to be celebrated in March each year on third Tuesday. The general theme for the World Social Work Day 2009 was Making Human Rights Real, the social work agenda, which was in the focus of World Conference 2010 in Hong Kong, where it was discussed and how social workers could build a social work with social development agenda for the upcoming decade that face the challenges the global society is confronted with, and that make sure that humanity can thrive despite the troubled times. After the global agenda for social work and social development was approved in Hong Kong 2010, the themes of World Social Work Day and Social Work Day at the United Nations were set for 2 years according to the goals of the global agenda. So since then, 2012 till 2014, the theme was promoting social and economic equality. Since 2015 till 2016, promoting the dignity and worth of peoples. From 2017 till 2018, promoting continued community and environmental sustainability. And 2019 and 2020, with the theme promoting the importance of human relationships. So World Social Work Day is currently an event that has become so successful in the recent years, it is now generally considered as a highlight of international solidarity and cooperation of social workers. Every year, IFSW produces a poster announcing World Social Work Day that it translates to more than 70 languages and presented to the governments, political bodies, posted on the notice boards of social services and in social work classrooms throughout the world. So that's how the Social Work Day has started and emerged into a global World Social Work Day celebrations. So this was a global picture. Even in India, earlier, only a very few institutions, NGOs, and individuals were commemorating and celebrating this social work day initially. But slowly, not only just in India, in all the countries, slowly it got picked up. Now we can see today, this year, it is being celebrated widely across in all departments, in most of the departments. I don't say all departments. So most of the departments are at least having, something on the social work day. In fact, with the collaboration of International Federation of Social Workers, IFSW, we have been continuously organizing World Social Work Day. Initially, our first collaboration was with IFSW in celebrating Social Work Day. Earlier also we did, but that was an official, in collaboration with IFSW was in Usmania University Department of Social Work, where we celebrated, and we had that, our event is also widely covered and promoted by IFSW and also various other, partners. And apart from that, we had every year organized World Social Work Day since then. And recently, 3 years back, we have initiated International Conference on Social Work on occasion of World Social Work Day. And this is the third International Social Work Conference. Though we organize many conferences, workshops, webinars, symposiums, both offline, online, and also hybrid mode at various locations. But on occasion of World Social Work Day, so every year since last 3 years, we are regularly organizing. This is the third year we are organizing International Social Work Conference, and we are inviting speakers, participants from across the world to join us in the celebrations. But I see, comparatively, though there was not much a kind of cooperation this year, unfortunately, we don't see that kind of celebrations are going on, but not in so-called, united way or a collaborative way. So maybe I think after COVID and a lot of changes that has taken place. But personally, I'm not much satisfied the way this year, celebrations are happening. Maybe not many are, though everyone is celebrating, but not in such a grand way. So, of course, there are various other reasons for that. So we'll not get into those things. One more important aspect of this, because we need to talk, when we are talking, it's not all about, giving lecture or something, talking which is more theoretically, but we need to be practical also. So I would like to open this forum to everyone and share, I want to hear you from every one of you. In fact, we will take some time to explore how social work is pursued and how social worker is pursued by the common public. Though we are not new to social work, I am also a professional social worker. But I would like to hear whether there is any change in the perspective or understanding of how social work or how social worker is pursued. So the platform is open for your observations. You can unmute and say, no need of, there is no correct or there is no wrong answer. Just by listening the word social worker or social work. So what do you think? I mean, what strikes your mind? This is what you have to share. There is no right, there is no wrong answer. You need to just share who is social worker, what is social work. That's all. There is nothing right answer. There is nothing wrong answer. With this, we will try to see how social work has progressed and various awareness programs that, across the world they are happening, how social worker could, establish himself or herself or as a profession itself to the common people. That is the only objective. So at least we will take from our own platform. There are social workers also, social work educators, professionals. From them also we will listen, and from various other disciplines we have. So from them also we can listen to this. So feel free to actively participate. Everyone, I request everyone to come forward and share. This will definitely help us, as social workers, fraternity, as a social work. What is that, the general population is thinking about a social work or a social worker? What public or a general population is expecting from a social worker? So now the platform is open. So everyone can unmute one by one and share your observations. Yeah, Manasa, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Sir, as per my knowledge, they really work for the society, and they may really survey on each and every platform in the area what kind of problems really people are going with in any aspect, whether it is related to health or issues, any approach or any format. And I feel like they are very next level to the human department. They work for the human rights, and they also do observe things from, it's like face to face conversation, and they may write the complete report or the analysis or the data what they will get, and they finally go with the all the survey, and they try their level best to do a proper solving problem to the issue. I feel like this is by kind of approach which related to the social workers.
Thank you, Manasa, for your sharing. Have you ever met any social worker in your life? Have you happened to come across any social worker?
No, sir. But I observed when I went for the surveys in Kaivera. So I have seen just for 1-2 days survey, I couldn't analyze. But those 2 days, what I have been observed, they may go through all these issues. Not only this, certain things they may couldn't explain also. Both the pros and cons has to be balanced in their life, but they really fight for the human beings, and also they do good innovative steps which are really helpful for the sustainable development goals and future generations. They may really do good for the people. That's the good thing.
Okay. So you have not met any social worker. How did you come to know that they are doing so much, or they are supposed to do all these things which you
No, I just met only for 2 days. That's it.
No, was they professional social workers, or how do you recognize, how did you identify them as a social worker?
The way they do a survey, if the general person if a general person is saying some other's problem, they may say give a random answer or random solution to that. If people are really working from deep down, they may, if they are really a social worker, they have that intuition, like, yeah, why this thing is happening. I supposed to work on it. I have to clear it. Of course, I have some what support. Some people will be there. They will also come. Many observations will go, and everyone has their own level of perception and approach. If we come with one topic, the rest of all the persons will come and discuss on it. So whenever the social worker having that much of support, surely they'll work on it and they try their level best to do something for that platform. Because nowadays we are seeing many things which we couldn't express out, like uh, loads of corruption in multiple platforms, like coming to the education. Oh my God, for LKG and UKG only, they are taking 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. I'm literally talking to a person in auto. He's saying, ma'am, I couldn't even afford for my daughters. I'm having 4 daughters. So I'm just going for general government schools. So not only this, many pharmacy stores and many health hospitals, they are asking for general consultation. Why we supposed to pay this much money? So certain things which we couldn't see with our naked eye, which are invisibly done by the social workers. Because of them, like how the Food and Drug Administration is working for the entire India, for the countries, invisibly, the human departments and the social workers are really working for us. And not only that, we have getting many updates in WhatsApp or YouTube. Many people are working for this NGOs. They are updating a lot in LinkedIn's. I'm going through all this, how actually people are going through in this current generation after having this loads of hectic schedules, how people are trying modulating their life into a positive corner. So they are doing their level best, not only in one platform. I've seen many schools are adapting the students, and they are making them study. And not only that, recently I have seen a person is recycling the sanitary pads. Like this, many more approaches I've seen. They are actually working for NGOs, and they are also a part of social workers. I really appreciate them a lot. And on this wonderful occasion, it's been a really good thing to share my observations. Thank you, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Manasa. So what do you think, to become a social worker? So what do you think a social worker should have, or should study, or should practice, or should learn?
As per my knowledge,
become social worker.
Yeah.
What is that one has to do? Any idea about that?
As per my knowledge, firstly, we should have content. Like whether it is in any aspect, we should know the pros and cons, and we should have loads of patience first to get it, or to get the information, to get the proper data. We should have loads of patience and good enough data. At least we can work on it. If without knowing anything, we couldn't go ahead.
Okay. So do you think any course or any qualification is required for a social worker to be called himself or herself as a social worker? Manasa?
I think so, sir. Because even though they are working for NGO, they'll have some guidelines or the pros and cons or norms they're supposed to follow under some guidelines or categories. So obviously there will be.
Okay. So one last query. So you have been talking about, many people coming forward and doing social work or social service, whatever it may. So whether can it be called as social work or social service? How do you differentiate between social work and social service? Any idea?
Whatever the service we are doing for them is nothing but social service only. But the way of approach we do, the form of work is nothing but social work.
Okay. So you mean to say social work?
Like what we do for the society in a good form of work.
Okay, that can be done by anyone, right? Or it can be done by only so-called social work.
I'm not saying, and I'm not criticizing anyone.
No. Just see, that's why I initiated with a conversation.
Yeah.
There is nothing wrong. Also, you criticize social workers. Also,
no,
there is nothing wrong. As a social worker, we know what is happening with the social work.
Yes,
so,
yes.
And we know the dark, lighter side, darker side, and all things that are happening.
Exactly.
So I am just trying to understand on this occasion what many times, because every time I go to the community and ask similar questions in the community to find out whether what is their understanding about the social work. So that in that context only I'm asking you. I already told there is nothing wrong or right, no criticism. Even if you criticize, also fine. But we need the reality. I'm just want to listen reality, real understanding of what a social worker is and what social work is from all of you. So that is only just, it may be right, it may be wrong, it may be partially right, partially wrong. That doesn't matter. We are trying to, find out the level of awareness and understanding about social worker and social work. Nothing else.
Yes.
So can you differentiate in social work and social service? Often this is seen, widely, taken social work as social work service and social service as social work. So do you see any difference?
It might
both
be
are same or both are different? If the both are same, how they are same? If both are different, how they are different?
No, I don't say both are same. I strongly say that both are different. Because of that particular reason only, we have different synonyms and different words. It depends on the level of perception, how we see the things. People may think this is a kind of social work. How we define or how we understand the things, what's going on, it depends on, maybe people may think that it's a kind of social work. And nowadays, many people actually doing this kind of social work or social service for getting more likes in social apps. I'm not saying that is social work. The one who is doing are willing to do from the bottom of their heart, with or without knowing to the media. That is actual social work.
That's nice to hear from you, and thank you for your contribution and sharing your opinions, observations on what social work is. And have you?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. I'm Avinash. Sir, shall I share my view on the same question?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Like I feel that social service is very different from social work, but we can include social service as a form of social work. It is a small aspect of social work. So I feel that social service can be done by anybody, and social work can be done only by professionals. And what I think social work is, it is identifying the psychosocial needs of the community and also the environment that we live in, and helping us, the humans and also the environment, to meet the needs in a very professional way. That's social work, and it starts from the very early stage of planning, and it ends with documentation and with a clear-cut process. So social service is what I mean is it can be any donation, or it can be helping a child to learn, or giving a one-time food, which benefits only for a shorter period of time, which doesn't necessarily take an account on sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Avinash, for sharing your observations. Yeah, Mary, ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Actually, what I experienced, no, sir, as social worker in 16 years in the field, what I experienced, anytime you should be ready to help, sir, in whatever possible way.
Okay.
If anybody asks you any help, you should be a very ready to help person. At least you should have some contact, or you should show some way. Should be always be very active in whatever you do. If somebody asks you, Mary, you have this, I should have that contact in my hand, or I should be I should know a contact who can do that help for that person. Always you should be a very accessible person, sir. Ready to help. If anybody asks, you should not say no to that person. Like that, you should be equipped with your contacts, your surroundings. You should be very update with current affairs. Should always be knowledgeable. As a MSW professional, I'm telling, social service, everyone can do help. But as a MSW professional, I'm telling, sir, my experience. You should be ready to help. If today someone, this minute somebody asks me something also, I should know, okay, I can go. If I can't go, my contact should go and help. In that way, I should be very equipped with my knowledge and my skill. That's what I learned in this 16 years experience. And you should be ready to speak to a grassroots level person also, and a senior person. You should not feel when you're speaking to a grassroots level, oh, I have MSW, I have achieved this much, why should I speak to a laborer? That feeling should not come. You should be one with that person, one with the community, one with the client. Then only your relationship, your work will be done. And as a professional also, first if he's facing problem, first you should build a good rapport building, then you should come to the problem, and you are doing counseling also, sir. But you should be always alert in whatever you do, whether you are in the profession or out of the profession. When you are eating, thinking, that 24/7 you should think about your profession. Like that, you should, at least if you are not working also, at least in your heart you should be like that.
Okay, ma, thank you. Before taking up this social work course, have you met any social worker, ma, before?
Actually, no, sir. I first became a volunteer in Medical Pastoral Association. Yeah, when I was in final year BA, that only motivated me to take MSW, sir. I worked with psychiatric patients from Nimans. The person was Dr. Pratima Murthy. Now she is currently the director of the Nimans, sir. She was coming as a doctor, MBBS psychiatry for that hospital. I worked as a volunteer there. That only led me to take the social work, sir.
Okay, so you also did not meet any social worker until you joined MSW?
No, sir. Actually, I told now once to you on phone. I met that opposite my house, army officer colony is there. There I met his daughter-in-law. She was a Roshni Nilia student from Karnataka. She is the topmost college in Karnataka is Roshni Nilia, Mangalore. There only she was teaching as a professor, sir. I met her and I asked what is MSW course, what is there, and she said me that it is a part of the multidisciplinary team. You should be part with if you are taking medical psychiatry. I learned about specializations before I went to MSW, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Before meeting her, have you met any social worker?
In church, sir.
Okay.
In church. Yeah, that madam who came to our forum, Brinda Adge, madam. From small, I'm seeing her, sir. She's currently now in the 60s. I was to sing in choir, I met her. That time only they used to tell she's the top person in the MSW field. I actually know, sir, I took this like, I thought I should do homework and go to MSW, not without just doing.
That's fine. See, as a social worker perspective is different. But I want to know, I mean, the kind of awareness that is being there.
No, sir. First, when from small, I've met only that Brinda madam in church.
Okay.
Because I have been in choir from 8th standard, I've been in choir, and that madam also sings really well. So that time I used to speak in Tamil and English choir. So that time I came to know she's working in police department as a MSW professor. That time I don't know what is MSW. But I know this MSW, they will be telling some, this madam is.
Okay.
And when I was finishing final year, I got result. I met this army officer, Dr. Catherine Chako, Malayali Christian sir. She studied in Roshni Nilia. That all thoughts, all.
That's all fine, ma. I am asking you, before, at what age you met a social worker other than in church? Have you seen any other social worker apart from your church? Okay, leave religious places. Apart from that, have you seen any social worker? Have you met any social worker?
Sir, actually in Christmas time, no, I used to go in our school, they used to take orphanages. That time I used to see this people doing social work.
No, how do you know that they are social workers?
They say, sir, they're charity. They used to not say social workers. What I have heard when I had gone from UKG to 10th standard, when I used to go for Christmas celebration, they used to tell them charity workers, sir. Now only this new concept is come social work.
Okay, so we don't know whether they are social workers or not.
But they're doing service, we know, sir.
Service is there, but whether that is social work or social service, we don't know.
Don't know, sir. That I don't know, sir.
Yeah, okay.
But before I took MSW 22 years, I came to know, sir, what is MSW.
No, that's fine, man. What I am trying to find out is, at what age, generally, social worker is supposed to be the person who has to be, in the very first place, whenever there is an issue in the community, whenever there is a concern in the community. I just want
to... I started knowing that Brinda madam 16 years, sir.
Okay.
She's doing social work. When I was in 10th standard 99, I know her, sir. Okay,
fine. So we'll move on to others also. We will listen to others also.
So good evening, sir. The social work started in UK 1895, then USA 1898, then India 1936. Then it was a history, sir. Then after that, social work has gone ahead from casework, group work, community organization, social action, now on to social entrepreneurship. So the meaning is, so long we were teaching them only the charity thing. Now we are teaching the group, oppressed and depressed segment of the people, that how they have to earn money. That's how to generate the income. So that is a level we have gone into, we have transformed the people. So different NGOs are to be recognized now. Mehta Patkar ma'am for Narmada Bacho Andolan, Domestic Workers Movement by Sister Balanmadi, Udavum Karangal, Papa Vidyakar, Bani and Bandana, TTK Shanta ma'am. So many NGOs are there working for their target groups. For example, TTK is working for Alcoholic Anonymous and Banin is for Personal Disorder Group. At present, we have a self-help group that was the one NGO, that is Madras Social Service Sangam, At Mylapore, they have constituted 3,000 self-help groups. And they are also giving some kind of business thing, how they have to generate their income. Previously, they have gone to the pawnbrokers where they have to pledge something to get money. Now they are very much equipped to meet on their own needs. That's a challenges. That is a transformations occurred. So self-help group becomes self-reliant now. Another important thing is that international fund has been stopped from 2016 onwards. So that international fund donors, they have been aligned with the local NGOs, those who are working for Dalits. That NGOs were uplifting the socio-economic, political leadership of the Dalit people. Though the international fund has been stopped, these NGOs, whatever the income they have it, they're just still working for the Dalits upliftment. That's another thing. Now I have to take this platform to appreciate the United Nations organizations for providing the Sustainable Development Goal 2000 till 2030. It started till 2030 that we are working for the 17 goals. That is addressing the hunger, poverty, health, education, housing. Like that, it is running into 17 goals. The day is meant for each social worker should acknowledge and to march forward to empower the oppressed and suppressed people. So the Global Social Workers Day, that is mainly for to bring in international peace, harmony, social cohesion, human rights, whatever the differences we have throughout the globe, that should be merged, and we have to bring some kind of unity in diversity. And we have to have the integration in all those developments or growth, whatever we have it. That was we can see from the Social Workers Day. So I have to appreciate Ravindra sir for taking a pain and initiative. So patient you are in dealing with the students, in bringing them a lot of development or a commitment that you are showing to social work profession. Thanks for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. If I'm not wrong, ma'am is faculty in MSSW, Chennai. So they are doing wonderful work, especially that is one of the reputed social work institutions in India. And, they are doing wonderful job. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing the insights. So what we are trying to explore here on this platform on these days, no matter, we are trying to see the gap that is there that we need to bridge. So we are doing efforts continuously, the moment we thought, we have to bring awareness. The very first day we celebrated in collaboration with IFSW in Usmania University Department of Social Work. Because earlier there was happening, but there was no international collaboration in most of the colleges, even in India also. When we celebrated that time, it was, we were hearing, okay, Social Work Day, okay, there was not much celebrations. So they, like very few organizations who were celebrating. But then onwards, we decided that, every day we should have something with the word social work, so that every day people should talk about social work. So that's how, we have taken it to ensure that every day we organize one event, whether small or big, doesn't matter, whether individually or collectively, that doesn't matter. But we have to ensure that, okay, these are social workers and this is social work and something is happening. Even common people who don't know about social work also, they should at least listen the word social work, and they should at least see someone such as social worker in the field or even online, offline. That is the motive, being a social worker, we took an initiative and we are organizing. Even today also daily we are organizing, and with the help of all the stakeholders, whoever is coming, whoever is not coming, we are, whoever coming, we are taking them on board, and we are conducting various sessions to create awareness. So very well mentioned and shared information. Thank you, ma'am, once again. As rightly pointed out, this is a day to appreciate each and every social worker, each and every social work organization and association, and especially social workers, social work professionals, social work educators, academicians, researchers at various levels, even at local, regional, national, international levels, where we are doing wonderful work. So at the same time, we also need to ensure that the gap now we have seen, maybe we'll also look into a few other we'll also try to hear from few other friends also, what is their understanding about social work or social worker. Have they met any social worker? And what was their, first interaction with the social worker? So that we'll get some insights also. You may feel free to unmute and share. This is a day dedicated for social workers. So might be you might have interacted with any social worker. If you haven't interacted also, if you haven't come across any social worker also, fine. If you have come across, how was that interaction and how did you come to know that he or she is a social worker, and whether it was a social service or social work? That is what we are trying to explore here. So we will take up, because we are waiting for our chief guest for Social Work Day. So till that, we will also share some insights, our understanding about social work and social work practice or profession. So anyone else would like to share? Christina, you can unmute yourself. Christina, you have raised your hand. Okay, anyone else would like to share? Feel free to share. You can unmute yourself, otherwise raise your hand. I can do it from my side. Okay, no one else? Okay then. Thank you everyone for sharing your observations. See, though we are doing wonderful job as a social worker, as a social work educator, as a social work practitioner, as a social work professional, I myself also, when I go into the community, I ask these questions, whenever I go interact, I don't direct introduce myself as a social worker. I just go mingle, talk to them as a common man, and I try to find out and, find out their opinion, whether, whether they know anyone like social worker, or whether they have ever seen a social worker, have met any social worker, and what do they do, whether they have any understanding about social work or social work profession or practice. I will start from there, and I will try to get insights about their understanding about social work as such, about meaning of social work, or what do they think social work is, and what do they think social work supposed to do. So all these had, that is where I learned so much. What my professors taught or what I learned in the field was quite different when I started practicing in the field. So that I learned so much, and thanks to all my professors who really, were very good mentors for me. Today, I am very much close to social work. and social work has become so much close to my heart is only because of my professors who, had mentored us in such a way that, we have to always do whatever we can to the profession and to the fraternity. That's where we keep, constantly talking about organizing and inviting offline and online, keep working in the fields. And the only thing is we don't promote ourselves because that is not an, motive behind. We just want, we do conduct various events, but we never promote. We only just make sure that it is reaching people. Only for that sake we share, but we never promote in media, and also we are against that. But only the thing is, in that way also we can create, but we have chosen a different way because everyone has their own way of doing work, and we also have different ways of doing. So based on interest and based on style of working, we can take it up in whatever way. In fact, everyone has to, contribute in their own way, in the way they can contribute. That is, whether someone comes together or whether someone comes or not. So we have to keep at an individual level. We always tell our students also, researchers also, whether someone is there or not, as an individual, it is your individual responsibility. Like we say corporate responsibility, it is also an individual's responsibility to be on the forefront, on the front line, that at any moment, if some concern or something happens in the community, the first responder should be a social worker. So social work has such a wide scope today in almost all the disciplines. So we also, one reason behind making the social work conference multidisciplinary is to connect with the various disciplines where social work can play a prominent role in all disciplines. We can see from, daycare centers to industries, social worker can play a great role. So similarly, social worker or social work practice or profession has to, reach newer heights and has to reach common people also. So most of my observations, what I shared, many people, they still now don't know what is social work or who is social work and how to identify whether they are doing social work or social service. So there is a huge gap to create awareness. We are doing a lot of efforts. It's not that no one is, doing anything, or everyone is doing their best. Every organization, every institution, every, faculty, or for that matter, every researcher is also doing their best in promoting. But there is a huge gap. What we are trying to understand is there is a huge gap in that, which we as a social work fraternity, including educators, practitioners, professionals, students, researchers, all together have to, in spite of all the differences, we are human beings, so differences will be there. There is no profession or there is no discipline where there are no differences. In spite of all the differences, as long as we are human beings, we will have differences. So we cannot avoid them. But in spite of differences, at an individual level, or at an organization level, at a community level, or at a national, whatever level we can contribute, we should be able to contribute. And we need to bring more awareness where, we all need to bring more awareness in the community at a grassroots level, so that people should actively approach the social workers for the services. So that is a reason, and that should be our aim, where social workers have an active role in all the development sectors. Even today, many social workers are doing great job in terms of advocacy, in terms of bringing awareness, in terms of hand-holding, and in various areas. But still, we need to do a lot in coming years. We, as a social work fraternity, will we take ourselves, we recommit ourselves to ensure that we contribute more to our fraternity along with our society, to the community, to the society, and to the nation, and to the world at large. So that was the reason even I am trying to find out. That's how I start my communication. So with the within the community, when I go to some community, so what is their awareness or understanding of what social work is or a social worker is? Then I start, if they know about it, then I will start building up from where they know. Otherwise, I will start from scratch and help them understand how important the social work is and social worker is, and how they can best utilize the services of social work to, get the things done or get the necessary help required. So anyway, it was nice discussion. So there was one query. Christina, are you still there? Would you like to share anything? Anyone else would like to share? I see one. Sakina, do you have any query? How similar or different is a social worker from social activist? See, like activism can be taken up by anyone. Even a common man can also take up some activism on any cause, on any social cause or any issue that is bothering them. Yeah, Christina. We can't hear you. Okay, then.
Can you hear me, please?
Your voice is very low, ma.
Can you hear me now, Dr. Ravindra?
Yeah, now it's better. Please continue. Okay. Happy Social Work Day.
Happy Social Work Day from Nigeria. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to contribute on the discussion concerning the different opinions of how people view social workers and their roles. I want to quickly say that charity and social work practice look similar, but I think there's a distinction between the two. One is more professional, is operated at a more professional level than the other. And for every other person can do charity, but not every other person can do and can practice as a social worker because of the educational training and professionalism around it. So I want to say that social workers do every other charitable activity. Like Mary said earlier, people are supposed to be available for to meet the needs of people around us. We are there to be shoulders for people to lean on. We are supposed to be available to help people actualize their potential. They are supposed to be there to be crutches for people to work on, but also our professionalism and our training makes us distinct from every other and charity or charitable personality or organization. Now, what for social workers, they must have a form of training to be called social workers, and that is where they have their professionalism, or that's what makes them professional. So you must either go to an institution, you must go to an institution, acquire learning that qualifies you to be a professional social worker, not just one day you are called a social worker. So the difference between somebody that provides charity and the social work services, that is the distinguishing point. So thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for this platform again, for coordinating this day's event to help us commemorate today worldwide. As a practicing social worker, I never knew that there was a course like social work until I went into the university and started learning and studying about it. And then I found out that as a person, based on my personality, I was attracted to helping people. I was attracted to solving people's problems, going out of my way to do things for people, not necessarily before I became a social worker. So, and then the social work training and practice now helps me do it at a more organized level and way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for joining us and sharing your observations on World Social Work Day. And we also wish you Nigeria social workers. And anyway, you are officially collaborating with the conference. So you are also one of the collaborators. So we wish all our friends, fellow social workers, happy World Social Work Day to everyone. Convey my personal message to our president and all the members of Nigeria Association of Social Workers. And thank you for joining us and sharing your valuable insights. Yeah, so I think we have some more time, so we will do one thing. We will take up the presentations, and then whenever our professor joins, then we will take it up. I just now called him. He's struck somewhere on the way. So once he reaches, so he will connect with us. So let's take up the presentations for the day. Thank you, everyone, for the active participation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to today's presentations. We have first presentation scheduled by...
It was green, then we came back and sorry.
Yeah, we have our first session by Avinash Vittal Rao. He's from NIEPVD, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. He will be presenting on topic review of various legislations for the rights of persons with disabilities. Avinash, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Share screen sharing on. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, now you can go ahead.
One minute, sir.
We request the speakers
Yes, sir.
are scheduled next. Kindly be prepared. We have, while Avinash is preparing himself. Next is Vismaya. Vismaya, are you there? You can raise your hand. Yes, she is not there. And next, Sangpriya. Are you there? You can raise your hand. Sunil Saraswat. Okay. Be prepared, ma. And we have Neha Dubey. Are you there, ma? Neha? Okay. Then we have Dr. Chitralega. You can raise your hand when I announce your name so that we know you are available for the presentation. Okay, then next, yeah. Okay, so kindly be prepared. Yeah, Avinash, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My PPT not shown, sir. मेरी PPT आपके पास है, आप शेयर कर सकते हैं सर स्क्रीन पे या मुझे ही करना पड़ेगा सर? Not supported PPT. Wait, sir. Wait.
क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है आपको?
PPT not shown दिखा रहा है सर इस पे शेयर PPT का ऑप्शन ही नहीं आ रहा है
PPT को
हाँ सर
ओपन करें मोबाइल में, मोबाइल या लैपटॉप?
लैपटॉप में सर।
हाँ तो क्या बता रहे हैं आप? ओपन करके रखे पीपीटी को।
एक मिनट सर,
पहले पीपीटी ओपन करना है।
ओके ओके।
फिर बाद में जूम में आके शेयर स्क्रीन में वो पर्टिकुलर विंडो सेलेक्ट करना।
ओके सर।
हाँ अभी दिखाई दे रहा है, फुल स्क्रीन करिए उसको।
यस सर, पीपीटी शो हो रही है।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
यस सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। Myself Avinash Vittalrao from Maharashtra, but I'm studying in National Institute for the Empowerment of Person with Disability, Visual Disability, देहरादून। सर सबसे पहले आप सभी को वर्ल्ड डाउन सिंड्रोम डे की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और वर्ल्ड सोशल डे भी आज ही है सर। आवाज आ रही है सर मेरी?
यस मैम, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
यस सर, यस, थैंक यू सर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सर थैंक यू। मेरा टॉपिक है सर रिव्यू ऑफ इंडियन लेजिस्लेशंस फॉर पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी। सर इसका सबको इसका मतलब है लेजिस्लेशन का कि इंडिया में या इंडिया के बाहर कानून का मतलब क्या है, या डिसेबिलिटी के लिए कानून कौन कौन से प्रकार के बनाए हैं, या कानून की व्यवस्था के चलते हम डिसेबिलिटी के लिए क्या क्या काम कर रहे हैं, या किस तरह से हम कानून को समझा पा रहे हैं, या किस तरह से हमारे डिसेबिलिटी जो है दिव्यांगजन साथी है उनको हम किस बारे में कैसे कानून समझा पा रहे, तो इसके बारे में मैं आपसे डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ सर। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमारे देश में 1912 में फर्स्ट कानून बना था मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट, जो कि उसका रिवाइज करके।
अविनाश
जी सर,
कैन यू कंटिन्यू इन इंग्लिश?
नो सॉरी सर, इंग्लिश इज नॉट कंफर्टेबल।
अच्छा, हैव यू मेंशन्ड इट?
यस सर, मेंशन्ड इट सर।
Okay, because many would not be so comfortable. Actually, we told you to share a transcript, na? if you are presenting, so that we can circulate in advance to the participants.
Okay, sir.
Uh,
But my PPT is in English, sir.
English is there, but okay, you can try both Hindi and English.
Okay, okay, sir.
Is that fine?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Please continue.
Sir, actually, first act is Mental Health Act. Mental Health Act is 1912, but this act is revised in 1987. जैसे कि मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट 1912 में स्टार्ट हुआ था, बट इसके ऊपर रिव्यू करके 1987 में इसमें बदलाव किया गया, और उस बदलाव के चलते लॉज के ऊपर या मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट के ऊपर बात की गई सर. First of all, introduction is the Disability Act is not the enjoyment and specific acts to equal opportunity for all human. जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि सर हर एक ह्यूमन के लिए, ऑल ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के लिए एक ही राइट है या एक ही एक्ट चलता है, जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया. तो डिसेबिलिटी के लिए या डिसेबल्ड लोगों के लिए एक अलग से लॉ बनाया गया और अलग से उसमें बदलाव किया गया. Second law is Right of Person with Disability Act 1995, and third the National Trust Act, and last act is RPWD Act 2016. RPWD Acts included 7 disabilities, sir, and National Trust Act 4 disability, and RPWD Act is 21 disability included in. लेजिस्लेशंस का मतलब या लेजिस्लेशन किस लिए चाहिए, इसका कानून के चलते डिसेबल्ड बच्चों के लिए इक्विलिटी, डिग्निटी एंड नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, इसलिए लॉ की जरूरत पड़ी या एक्ट्स की जरूरत पड़ी. एंड इसमें जैसे मैं इस फील्ड में काम कर रहा हूँ या डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में काम कर रहा हूँ, तो सर इसमें लॉज अमॉन्ग टू प्रोफेशनल्स, पेरेंट्स ऑफ पीडब्ल्यूडी, स्टेक होल्डर्स एंड द कम्युनिटी टूवर्ड्स, इसमें स्टेक होल्डर्स भी काम करते हैं, प्रोफेशनल भी काम करते हैं, और पेरेंट्स जो जिनके बच्चे पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी या पर्सन विद लो विजन, पर्सन विद विजुअल इंपेयरमेंट या मेंटल हेल्थ के अकॉर्डिंग जो बच्चे चलते हैं, उनके लिए हम इसके लिए इस लॉ के काम करते, लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग काम करते. जैसे मैंने पहले ही बताया था कि डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में फर्स्ट एक्ट था मेंटल हेल्थ, उसके बाद राइट ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट, फिर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया के अनुसार हमें समझाया गया, फिर मेंटल इलनेस एक्ट के बारे में समझाया गया, फिर पीडब्ल्यूडी, एंड लास्ट इज आरसीआई एक्ट. जैसे कि सर मेरा कोर्स या माय कोर्स इज एमएड स्पेशल एजुकेशन विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड. इट्स बिलोंग टू आरसीआई, रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया. ओके, एंड जिस मैं जो स्टडी कर रहा हूँ उसके ऑब्जेक्टिव ऐसे है कि इंडियन लेजिस्लेशन फॉर पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी, इंडिया के लेजिस्लेशंस या इंडिया के एक्ट के बारे में हर एक पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी, दिव्यांग जनों को पता होना चाहिए, दिव्यांग जनों को समझना चाहिए, इसलिए ये मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ. इस मेरे स्टडी का उद्देश्य है टू चेक द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ इंडियन लेजिस्लेशंस इन द प्रोग्रामिंग पॉलिसी मेकिंग. हर एक चीज के लिए हम लॉ बनाते हैं सर, जैसे हमारे इंडिया में 370 हटा या बाकी चीजों के लॉ बने, धर्म के ऊपर लॉ बना है, बट डिसेबिलिटी के लिए लॉ फर्स्ट टाइम 1987 में बना था और उसके ऊपर चर्चा की गई. उसी लॉ को एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एजुकेशन एंड वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए हमें उस लॉ में बदलाव करके 1995 में फिर से एक लॉ लाना पड़ा, जिसका नाम है पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट, इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड इक्वल डिग्निटी. एंड सेकंड इस जिसका हम जिक्र करते हैं कि लॉ के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, जैसे पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट में 7 डिसेबिलिटी बताई थी, ब्लाइंडनेस, लो विजन, hearing impairment, mental illness, intellectual disability, and all other disability. And National Trust Act 1999, इसमें autism, cerebral palsy, multiple disability and mental retardation, ये 4 disability. And last act है सर RPWD Act, Right to Person with Disability Act 2016. इसमें 21 disability आई है. 21 का मतलब ये है कि सर इसमें हम पहले दिव्यांग जन को विकलांग बोलते थे, विकलांग का मतलब खत्म करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उस 2016 में विकलांग वर्ड को खत्म करके दिव्यांगजन वर्ड दिया, जो कि दिव्यांगजन का अर्थ है कि उसके दिव्य अंग होते हैं. पहले हम विकलांग बोल के बच्चों को ऐसा समझते थे कि बच्चे कुछ काम के नहीं या बच्चा कुछ काम नहीं कर सका, बट दिव्यांगजन वर्ड होने से और 2016 के 21 डिसेबिलिटी के अनुसार हम इस फील्ड में अच्छा सा काम कर पा रहे। बट हर एक स्टेट में या हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम प्रॉपर तरीके से काम नहीं कर पा रहे। जैसे कि हमारे इसमें जिस डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में 9 नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स है ऑल ओवर इंडिया। फर्स्ट नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट है देहरादून, सेकंड मुंबई, थर्ड उड़ीसा कटक, फोर्थ हैदराबाद सिकंदराबाद, फिफ्थ है चेन्नई, सिक्स्थ उड़ीसा, फिर भोपाल सीहोर में, और लास्ट में जो इंस्टीट्यूट आता है अपना जो देहरादून, हमारा सबसे विजुअल इम्पेयरमेंट के लिए काम करने के लिए देहरादून है, और बाकी अलग अलग सेक्टर में अलग अलग डिसेबिलिटी के लिए काम करते हैं। और जैसे कि दिव्यांगजनों के लिए काम करने के लिए, दिव्यांगजनों के कोर्स चलाने के लिए और दिव्यांगजन के प्रति जो पढ़ाई करते हैं, जैसे मेरा एमएड चल रहा है, बीएड डिप्लोमा लेवल के कोर्सेज चलाने के लिए एक रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया हमें सर्टिफाई करती है और सीआरआर कार्ड प्रोवाइड करती है, कंटिन्यूअस रिहेबिलिटेशन एजुकेशन। जो सीआरआर हमें इसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट करना पड़ता है, या 5 साल में हमारा एजुकेशन के बारे में या हमारे एजुकेशन के लिए दिव्यांगजन हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं इस फील्ड का हमें डेटा देना पड़ता है। जैसे आप 10 दिन का जो प्रोग्राम करवा रहे हैं, सारे लोगों से हमारे फीडबैक मांग रहे हो, वैसे ही हमारे फील्ड का एक 5 साल में हमें डेटा देना पड़ता है कि हम काम क्या कर रहे हैं या दिव्यांगजनों के लिए हमने कितना काम किया। जैसे मेरा स्टडी का लास्ट ईयर स्टडी का मतलब है कि मुझे डिसर्टेशन करना है और मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंट करनी है। तो मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंट इंडियन लेजिस्लेशंस फॉर डिसेबल्ड, तो मैं दिव्यांगजनों के लॉज के ऊपर बात कर रहा हूँ या दिव्यांगजनों के लिए काम करने की बात कर रहा हूँ। जैसे इसके पहले एक सर का मैंने लेक्चर सुना, नेचर के बारे में बता रहे थे या नेचर के बारे में बता रहे थे, उनका भी नॉलेज नया था, जो मैं बता रहा हूँ वो भी मेरा नॉलेज नया है। तो हम देश में साइटेड लोगों को अच्छे से मानते हैं या नॉर्मल पीपल को हम जैसे बिहेव करते हैं, वैसे ही हमारे दिव्यांगजन इस फील्ड में काम करते हैं। दिव्यांगजन काम करने के अलावा उनके लॉज के बारे में जानकारी रखते हैं, और इंडिया में हर 6 साल में या 7 साल में लॉ चेंज हो रही डिसेबिलिटी के लिए, ठीक है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल 1995, 1999, 2016, फिर एनईपी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020, इसमें भी दिव्यांगजनों के लिए या डिसेबिलिटी के लिए बात की गई है, और दिव्यांगजनों के प्रति जागरूकता पैदा करने के लिए या जागरूक होने के लिए, या स्टूडेंट हो, स्टेक होल्डर्स हो, प्रोफेशनल्स हो या टीचर्स हो, सबको इसकी जानकारी देने के लिए हम दिव्यांगजन क्षेत्र के लॉज के बारे में स्टडी कर रहे हैं। ये मेरी स्टडी नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट पर्सन विद विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी के ऊपर है। वहाँ के डिप्लोमा लेवल के बच्चे, अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल के बच्चे और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लेवल के बच्चों के ऊपर मेरी स्टडी है, और मेरा लॉज के ऊपर जो इंडिया और अक्रॉस इंडिया में अबाउट में भी बहुत लॉ बने हैं, जो कि हम उसका यूज इंडिया में कर रहे हैं। जैसे यूएनसीआरपीडी है, यूनाइटेड नेशन का एक्ट है, WHO के एक्ट्स है, और बाकी ओवरऑल जो ऑल ओवर इंडिया में या ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में जितने लॉज डिसेबिलिटी के लिए बने हैं, उसके ऊपर मेरी स्टडी है। और मेरी स्टडी डिजाइन है सर्वे मेथड, एंड मेरा क्वांटिटेटिव नॉलेज है पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के लेजिस्लेशंस के ऊपर। और लॉज, जितने भी लॉज है, लॉज की स्टडी करना या लॉज के बारे में हमें अवेयर करना, इसलिए मेरे स्टडी का मकसद है। और मेरी सबसे भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि इस लॉज के बारे में मैंने सर को एक पीडीएफ भी दी है, आप उस पीडीएफ को जो इंग्लिश कंफर्टेबल है, वो मेरी पूरी पीडीएफ इंग्लिश में है और मेरी पीपीटी भी इंग्लिश में है, सर के साथ मैंने शेयर की है, तो आप उसके ऊपर डिस्कस कर सकते हो। या कोई क्यूरी या डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में कोई काम करना चाहता है या लॉज के ऊपर कोई बात करना चाहता है, तो प्लीज ये स्टडी आप देख लीजिएगा एक बार। पूरे लॉज, इंडिया के लॉ और अबाउट के लॉ हमें स्टडी करना चाहिए, और हमारे आपस आजू बाजू में जो रहते हैं दिव्यांगजन, उनके लिए बहुत हेल्पफुल होगा। ओके सर, थैंक यू। हेलो
हेलो।
हाँ सर, यस सर।
हो गया क्या आपका प्रेजेंटेशन?
यस सर, यस सर।
अच्छा,
एक्चुअली मेरा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन था, पेपर मैंने आपको पीडीएफ शेयर किया था सर।
नहीं वो तो ठीक है, हमको भेजे, लेकिन पार्टिसिपेंट्स को भी बताना है ना हमको।
जी 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 सर।
हाँ
जी
तो पूरा बताना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, पूरा बताने में बहुत सर, इसमें 2 से 3 घंटे का टाइम लगेगा सर
नहीं
इसमें।
नहीं वैसा नहीं, वो
सर,
2-3 घंटे तो मुश्किल है। जो
जी सर।
समरी जिस्ट है ना, थोड़ा एक 5-10 मिनट लेके पूरा बताइएगा जितना हो
ठीक है
सकता है। पूरा
जी
समरी जिस्ट दीजिए बस,
जी सर।
तो
जी
पढ़ने का जरूरत नहीं है, पूरा
जी सर।
समरी जिस्ट दे दीजिए।
जी सर। जी सर। जी सर। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू। इंडिया लेजिस्लेशंस में सर, हम इंडिया की बात करते हैं तो इंडिया में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल फर्स्ट एक्ट है मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट, जिसमें रिवाइज्ड हुआ था 1987 में, फर्स्ट एक्ट जो इंडिया के लिए बना था। फिर नेक्स्ट एक्ट है पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट 1995, रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1992, नेशनल ट्रस्ट एक्ट 1999 फॉर डिसेबिलिटी, एंड नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ऑल अबाउट एंड न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी चैप्टर नंबर 3 में डिसेबिलिटी की बात की है, डिसेबिलिटी के बारे में बताया है। एंड लास्ट लॉ है इंडिया के लिए जो बना है, राइट टू पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी एक्ट 2016। इस मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट का अभी जैसे हमने सब लोग क्या बोलते हैं कि मेंटल है, ये है, इसका मेंटल का नेम चेंज करके लॉ के अकॉर्डिंग इसका नेम है इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी डिसीज, IDD। इसका नाम चेंज किया है, इसका नाम बदल दिया है कि इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी डिसीज। और जैसे पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट में 7 डिसेबिलिटी थी, ब्लाइंडनेस, लो विजन, मेंटल इलनेस, हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट और एक्स्ट्रा जो 3 डिसेबिलिटी थी उसके बारे में बात किया था। बट ये पीडब्ल्यूडी में चेंजेस करके पीडब्ल्यूडी का फायदा ये हो रहा था, पीडब्ल्यूडी की वजह से डिसेबिलिटीज जो डिसेबल्ड पर्सन्स है, डिसेबल्ड चाइल्ड है, चिल्ड्रंस है, उनको जॉब की अपॉर्चुनिटी, उनको पढ़ने की अपॉर्चुनिटी और उनको एक समाज में काम करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट से मिली है। आरसीआई एक्ट का मतलब है रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया। ये एक्ट के अनुसार जैसे साइटेड लोग है, नॉर्मल पीपल्स है, डीएड डिप्लोमा लेवल कोर्सेज, बैचलर लेवल कोर्सेज और पीजी लेवल कोर्सेज, जैसे कि स्पेशल एजुकेशन में ये कोर्सेज करवाने का काम आरसीआई का है। जैसे डिप्लोमा इसमें 3 प्रकार का होता है, आईडीडी, वीआई, डीबी और एमडी। मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटी, विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी, हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट, मेंटल रिटार्डेशन एंड इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी डिसीज, ये डिप्लोमा में होता है। बीएड भी हम 5 या 6 से कर सकते हैं, एमएड, वीआई, एचआई, एमआर, आईडी, इन चारों से हम एमएड कर सकते हैं। बट डीएड के बाद हम बीएड कर सकते हैं स्पेशल एजुकेशन के, और एमएड, ये तीनों डीएड बीएड एमएड हमारे नॉर्मल कोर्स के अकॉर्डिंग ही है। बट हम जैसे नॉर्मल बीएड करने वाले बच्चे स्पेशल स्कूल में काम नहीं कर सकते, बट स्पेशल एजुकेशन करने वाले बच्चे, स्टूडेंट्स या पीजी स्कॉलर्स नॉर्मल स्कूल में काम कर सकते हैं। फिर उसके बाद जैसा एनटी एक्ट है, नेशनल ट्रस्ट एक्ट। नेशनल ट्रस्ट एक्ट में 4 डिसेबिलिटी है, सीपी, सेरिब्रल पाल्सी, ऑटिज्म, मेंटल रिटार्डेशन, मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटी। मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटी का मतलब ऐसा है कि एक बच्चे में बहुत सारी दिव्यांगता होना, या 1 डिसेबिलिटी टू अकॉर्डिंग ऑल डिसेबिलिटी, जैसे सीपी है, वीआई विजुअल इंपेयरमेंट है, सेरिब्रल पाल्सी है, ऑटिज्म डिसऑर्डर है, या हियरिंग इंपेयरमेंट है, तो ये एनटी एक्ट काम करता है या एनटी एक्ट के अनुसार काम किया जाता है। एंड आरपीडब्ल्यूडी जो लास्ट एक्ट इंडिया के लिए बनाया था, ये सबसे हेल्पफुल लॉ या एक्ट है इंडिया का। इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात तो एसिड विक्टिम, जो एसिड के जो ज्यादा केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं इंडिया में, ऑल ओवर इंडिया में एसिड विक्टिम के केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, तो एसिड विक्टिम को भी सर्टिफाई करने के लिए, या एसिड विक्टिम पेशेंट को, या एसिड विक्टिम जो भी एसिड विक्टिम हो रहा है, उनको एक समाज में अच्छी तरह से जीने के लिए सर्टिफाई कर रहा है गवर्नमेंट आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट से। अब इसके बारे में हम बात करते हैं कि जैसे आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट हो गया, पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट हो गया, आरसीआई एक्ट हो गया, एनटी एक्ट हो गया, तो इनका यूज कैसे किया जाता है। जैसे पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी, ऑल पीपल या ऑल चिल्ड्रन सर्टिफाइड बाय गवर्नमेंट, सर्टिफाइड बाय सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है यूडीआईडी कार्ड, यूनिक डिसेबिलिटी कार्ड, जो कि हर एक दिव्यांगजन के लिए या पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए यूडीआईडी कार्ड इज मस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट। यूडीआईडी कार्ड क्या मतलब ये है कि जैसे हम आधार कार्ड यूज कर रहे हैं वैसे हमें यूडीआईडी कार्ड का वापर करना है या यूडीआईडी कार्ड बनाने में हमें हेल्प करना है। मेरे साथ 52 मेंबर्स ऐड है, तो मेरी सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डिसेबिलिटी कार्ड, डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट बनाने में हर एक दिव्यांगजनों की हेल्प आपको करना चाहिए, या हमारे आसपास में जितने भी दिव्यांगजन है किसी भी डिसेबिलिटी का 21 डिसेबिलिटी में जो भी दिव्यांगजन है उनको समाज में आने के लिए या समाज में जॉब करने के लिए या समाज के साथ रहने के लिए, पढ़ाई करने के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया जाए। इस फील्ड के लिए, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए काम करने के लिए हमारे पूरे देश में 9 नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स है, 21 CRCs है, 12 RCs है, CRC कंपोजिटिव रीजनल सेंटर्स एंड RC रीजनल सेंटर्स ऑल ओवर इंडिया में हमारे फील्ड के लिए या डिसेबल बच्चों के लिए, डिसेबल्ड पर्सन के लिए बहुत सारे कोर्सेज भी है, बहुत सारे स्कूल्स है, स्पेशल स्कूल्स है, बहुत सारे मेडिकल फैसिलिटी है। इडिप स्कीम के तहत हम बच्चों को सारी जैसे लैपटॉप्स है, मोबाइल है, व्हील चेयर है, स्कूटी है, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हम प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। एलिम को जैसे कोई जैसे किसी के लिम्स नहीं है, किसी के हैंड्स नहीं है, उनके लिए एलिम को काम करता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो इसमें एडिप स्कीम जैसे एड्स एंड अप्लायंसेस के लिए इंडिया सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एडिप स्कीम के तहत हमें हर दिव्यांगजनों के लिए, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी बच्चों के लिए काम करता है। तो सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट के अनुसार किसी भी बच्चे की हेल्प कर सकते हो, या किसी भी बच्चे को काम करने के लिए, पढ़ने के लिए, किसी बच्चे को जॉब देने के लिए आप हेल्प कर सकते हो। और ये आपकी जैसे हर एक व्यक्ति की जवाबदारी है या जिम्मेदारी। ओके, एंड लास्ट मेरा स्टडी डायरेक्शन है कि मेरे स्टडी में क्वांटिटेटिव मेथड्स है डेवलप्ड इन वैलिडेट 1 मंथ के लिए वैलिडेट है, और मेरे रेफरेंसेस है मैंने जिससे मेरी स्टडी स्टार्ट की थी। हमारा डिपार्टमेंट है DPWD, फिर हमारा डिपार्टमेंट है MSJE, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट, DPWD डिसेबल्ड पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी। ओके, एंड ऑल अदर मिनिस्ट्री हमारे फील्ड के लिए काम करती है। ओके सर। हेलो।
Yeah, congratulations, Saurabh.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। मैं फर्स्ट लेक्चर, ऑनलाइन लेक्चर सर, फर्स्ट, सॉरी कुछ गलती हो गई होगी तो सर उसमें।
नहीं, बहुत बढ़िया है
जी सर।
और भी हिंदी में बोले तो कमांड भी है ना लैंग्वेज के ऊपर, तो अच्छा हुआ प्रेजेंटेशन।
ओके सर,
I'm wishing you all the success for your future endeavors.
ओके, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
We will take up any queries from our friends.
Okay, sir. Okay. Anyone questions?
Anyone, if you have any queries or observations, feel free to share. Mary, you have any? You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. Your presentation was very good, sir. Recently, I got opportunity to work with disabled people, sir, in Rotary.
Okay, thank you so much.
Rotary Club, sir. That time
Yes,
only
yes,
I do Rotary Club, Bangalore abilities I got, sir. In that, only 2 persons are able bodies. Rest
Yes.
all the 21 people are disabled people. But
Okay.
they all are visually challenged, but they are in top positions in the bank, sir. And and another one opportunity I got where I worked in the women and child department. That time only I came to know that UDID card you said, no, sir.
Okay.
The disability and how they assess disability, according to that, what concessions they will get in train, plane, and bus ticket. In that department, who to approach in Karnataka? I'm from Bangalore. So who to approach?
Karnataka also work Rajnandangaon, CRC Compositive Regional Center.
Yes.
Work for disabled person. Rajnandangaon, CRC Rajnandangaon.
Yes, sir. And in one place in MS building also, there's a disability department. There, Narmada madam is there, sir, in charge of the disability department.
Okay.
There only I had taken that visually challenged people in my department, women and child for disability, the DUDI cards, sir. They gave in the 15 days time limit.
No time limit. 4 to 5 days to time limit for UDI.
No, sir, this was in 2010, sir.
Okay. But
I had worked in 2010 to 12, sir, in women and child. In that 5 months, I worked in disability. This one in my 2 years service, I worked 5 months in disability department head office next to SBI, sir, State Bank, Majestic, sir. There only I worked. So there only I came to know, sir.
Okay.
And I have been with lot of visually challenged. My own best friend is a visually challenged person, sir. So he's done wonders in the career, sir.
Yes. Last UPSC result, sir. 20 students and 20 students IS है sir इस देश के. वो totally disabled है, totally blind है sir.
Actually, I have when I approached MSW, sir, when I sat for CT, I was 100 rank. My friend was before me, sir, 99. My friend Nagraj, now he's presently deputy manager in State Bank, assistant governor of Rotary Club, sir. We both joined together, sir. Because of his disability, they gave free seats, sir, and he's a rank holder in MSW, sir. And now also. So I have worked like this, how that hearing machines and all is work, how they check the sound. In that also I worked, sir. So yours is very inspirational for me, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Because especially I worked in Rotary where all the people are visually challenged and hearing impaired. So your talk really impacted me, made me like, I went back to my Rotary, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. But actually वो मैम क्या हो रहा है कि फील्ड में एक्चुअली जो लोग आ रहे हैं बस अब क्या है कि पैसे के लिए आ रहे हैं, बट माय पैशन इज नॉट मनी. पर इनके लिए जो इंसानियत है वो दिखाना बहुत जरूरी है इस फील्ड में. आजकल तो पैसे से सारी चीजें मिल रही है, बट डिसेबल्ड बच्चों के लिए, डिसेबल्ड पीपल्स के लिए कोई काम करने को तैयार नहीं है. My NGO working in Ayodhya, UP, Voice of AIM.
Only there I worked, sir, in Women and Child Department 5 months, and 1 year I was in service for this Rotary Club, sir.
Yes. Rotary Club की भी बहुत हेल्प होती है हमें मैम. Rotary Club काम करता है अच्छे से.
And personal experience is my own best friend is a visually challenged person. I told that SBI. So I have regular contact with me every alternate days. We speak on the phone. So he shares about his experience and all. It inspired me a lot, sir. He is helpful for so many people.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Like he's a very role model in Bangalore, sir. He's got Karnataka State Award, and he's outstanding in Karnataka. And because he's done MSW, he's recognized a lot, sir. So I get very inspired of seeing him.
Okay.
So what you said now, it really went back to Nagraj for me. So some topics it will come on forum, but we are not personally experienced. But your topic really touched me, sir. So congratulations for that impact you brought for me, and wonderful presentation, sir. All the best for your future sessions, sir. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to share? Quickly, we can take. You can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, Manas, sir.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to one and all. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my observations. And also I thank Kavina sir for doing such a wonderful things and contributing a lot to the society and doing good things. Kindly please do keep going on, sir. and sharing your wonderful experiences and knowing the contents in a vivid manner. It's been really very informative session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Manasa. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, if there are no further queries, then we'll move on to our next session.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Congratulations. So next topic is by Sangpriya Gautam. She is presenting on determining factors which influence self-employment, a literature review. She is PhD scholar, School of Social Sciences, DAVV, Indore, Madhya Pradesh.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, just a second, ma'am. I will give you permission to share. So you both are sharing, ma? Who is sharing the screen?
Sir, I am sharing the screen, or we both recorded.
Achha, you are playing the pre-recorded, huh? Okay.
Yes, sir. I shared with you.
No, now do you have that video file with you?
Yes, sir. I have. I will share.
Yeah. You go ahead. So one of you can mute while other is presenting so that we do not hear
Yes,
it.
sir. Yes, sir. Before sharing, first of all, I am very happy so that we are celebrating the World Social Work Day on the theme respecting diversity through joint social action. The theme of World Social Work Day is a call for everyone in social work to pull together to embedded quality, diversity, and inclusion, especially social inclusion in the profession of social work. It stems from the People Charter for a New Eco-Social World and recognize that change happens locally through our diverse leaderful communities. Protecting and promoting diversity has always been a key objective of social work. It operates in different settings, working to assist individuals and community in managing various risks and challenges. Oh, okay. So our PPT time is okay. So let's we have talk about after the PPT. So Sangpriya, please open that link. Yeah.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Sunil, can you switch on your video?
Yes, sir. I switch on my mic and video both.
But we are unable to see you. We need to take a screenshot for record purpose. So if you both can switch on, we will take a...
Yeah, sure.
And if network is fine, you can keep video on. Otherwise, okay. Because it is already mentioned.
Sir, no problem.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue. Yeah, please continue. You can increase the volume, ma. It's very low.
Respecting diversity, inclusion, social, and esteem for wonderful.
Still, you need to increase, I think.
Okay.
Sir, is it full from my side? I think some network.
How you are sharing, ma? Whether you are sharing through sharing option or you are just switched on mic and playing.
Sangpriya, can we go live and give live performance? a live conference. If that problems happens, so we can
It
go
is
on.
not okay if you share the.
Can you only share the PPT if that not a pre-recorded session doesn't work?
Sangpriya, how you are sharing this audio, man?
Yes, sir. We also shared in your by email also.
No, that's okay.
Sir, is it?
You are sharing through sharing menu, or you have just switched on your mic and you are sharing. How is it you are sharing? In the screen sharing menu, you will be having option, ma'am. Share
Yes,
computer.
sir. I am sharing screen sharing. I
in
need
that-
to unmute myself.
No, you can mute or unmute. That's not a problem. But you have to share computer sound.
Yes, sir. I am sharing.
Hmm.
Sir, can you share the video by the link?
Now we don't have that video link with me presently.
Okay.
In that case, you have to inform us. Actually, we thought of generally what we do is we share this pre-recorded on YouTube, but again, this attendance problem will be there. Na? So that's why we thought we will present in a different.
संप्रिया, क्या हम अभी प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं क्या दोबारा? आप
PPT
ओपीटी, हाँ, आप पीपीटी ओपन कर लीजिए, हम अभी प्रेजेंट कर देंगे दोबारा, ठीक है? हाँ, ठीक.
You can try once, ma, if it is possible, like sharing the audio. Otherwise, if you are fine presenting live, then
Yeah. Sir, we are fine.
Yeah, okay, then go ahead, ma. You can share your PPT instead of video. Next presenter, be prepared for your presentation. So we have Vismaya. Be ready, ma, for next presentation. And Neha. There. Okay. Yes, Sangpriya.
Yes, sir. I'm trying.
Okay. Do you need any help? Feel free to ask, ma.
No, sir. I don't need help. I'll do.
You're taking time now. That's why I'm asking.
There are some processing issues.
Or we'll go with other presentation, then you will join. Okay, now it's fine. Your PPT is visible now.
Okay. So I will start, sir. Good evening to all. We, Sanpriya Gautam, a PhD scholar of DABB University, Indore, and along with me, Sunil Saraswat, a PhD scholar of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, Pune. We would first like to thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing, and Dr. Ravindra Sir, moderator and coordinator for 10-day international conference on social work, science, respecting diversity, inclusion, social action, and Sustainable Development 2023, and his team for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper in the front of such an experienced and diverse audience. So my today's topic on presentation is determining factor know unemployment is one of the biggest challenge facing by our country, and not only our country but also all the developing country is facing the issue of unemployment. So it is practically impossible for the government to provide jobs to all the unemployed person. So in the light of this issue, the concept of self-employment is growing faster. So every developing nation makes a significant efforts to increase employment in order to improve the national economy and to deal with the issue of poverty. So now the question is, what actually is self-employment? So for in a general sense, self-employment employment is the work is the persons who worked rather than for someone else. He worked for by doing himself such any profession, trade, or business. Parker in 2004 also described self-employment are those individuals who earn no wages or salary but drive their income by completing their profession on their account or at their risk. An organization called Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development defined self-employment as anyone who works for himself or herself but not for anyone else. According to the global data, it is seen that there is a significant rise in the figures of the self-employment. Or in 2021, it is seen there were 333 million self-employed. Then Consumer Pyramids Household Survey differentiated entrepreneurs in three kinds. The first group are the persons who possesses and control financial resources in the form of building, office, workshop, shop, etc. And the second category is known as a professionally qualified self-employed entrepreneurs, which includes people who own their own professional business, such as a doctor, lawyers, chartered accountant, and others. The third category is independent business owners. The comprises barber, gyms, beauticians, models, astrologers, etc. Again, the data which is found on a global data website, it is a few countries like India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Thailand are few countries which having a highest number of self-employed people in 2021. So my study is basically purely a literature review. So I bifurcated the literature on the basis of a region. So first is the international literature, which covered the studies which is conducted in the Indian region. And the second part is national literature, which covered the studies conducted in the Indian region. So in that, the first study literature is Encyclopedia of the Life Course and the Human Development. It is a book written to 2003. In this book, there is a chapter, Self-Employment, in which it is mentioned that around 10.3 million US workers were self-employed, which were largely in construction, professional business, and other services. It is also seen that in an unincorporated sector, the people are less educated, or minimum they have only a high school qualification. Or whereas in an incorporated sector, the pupils are higher education, at least they have a degree. And it is also seen the majority of the self-employed persons are the senior citizen, that is above the age of 60 or 65. 5. Then another study conducted by the William, and his finding is that the self-employment is quite rare among the young pupils, and it poses negative consequences that the youth self-employed tend to have a lower level of education attainment and have lower average weekly earnings. Then another study in analysis of a quarterly labor force survey is found that desire for specific lifestyle and a family obligation motivated people to choose self-employment, and women are likely to express lifestyle family consideration than males. In this study, there is no evidence found that people would like to go for the self-employment because they have a lack of other option, they lost their job. Then another study is analyzed that the participation of man over women is higher, and the majority of men are there in self-employment, that is 75%, and 25% were seen as women. But it is also found that the percentage of women involvement in self-employment is continuously is upgrading or increased year by year. Then move to the next study that is conducted by Nuang Si in 2018. He experienced that one of the major factors which influence self-employment is the family background. He studied basically the Vietnam business students, and he observed that the students who having a family background, his or her parents belongs to someone who is already involved in self-employment, are likely to be see their future as a self-employed person also. Another study conducted by Ali Nurve in 2017, he finds that the various factors affects a person to choose self-employment over the other sources of employment. That is a person's willingness to take risk, the access to government policy support, availability of capital, lack of employment options are the factors which affect a person to choose the self-employment. Then a study conducted by Dr. Jennifer Lawrence in 2021 figure out that the personal characters, their education qualifications are the major factor in choosing a person to self-employment, their risk attitude, their family background, and one of the factor is the majorly played a role is the availability of starting capital. If a person are having a source of income, if he is financially capable of starting a business, then he will move to self-employment. Otherwise, he will go for some job or other source of employment. Now next is the literature review. So I would like to call my co-author to continue the presentation from here. Over to you, Sunil.
Thank you, Sanpriya. Now we are talking about national literature. In 2011, Geeta Anand, in his article, India Graduate Millions, but too few are fit to hire, in the Wall Street Journal, states that 75% of technical graduates and more than 85% of general graduates are unemployable in India's high growth industries. It is estimated that the percentage of India college graduates readily employable in the market is only 15 to 25% of the talent pool. The findings of this article reveals that the basic attitudes and skills like punctuality, maintaining logbooks, project management, discipline, customer interface, clear communication, etc., are not taught in the colleges and all. So even if basic skills are there is a lack of professional skills, which often means that the individual cannot create value for themselves or their organization. It focuses on the solution that people should focus on that professional skills, so that they should also self-employed by that professional skills. So in another study by L. Don Bosco, in his thesis, a study of factors influencing employability of rural graduates in Kanchipuram and Vellore and Trivantamalai and Dharpuri districts of Tamil Nadu found greatly insufficient employability skills of India's graduates. The skill included in his work are spoken English, problem solving, and relative cognitive skills. Over 70% of India graduates are struggling to become employable because they do not possess entry-level employability skills. The study has brought to light a gross lack of quality training based on the result-oriented methodology in employability skills. It indicates a large scope for broad-based remedial interventions in order to ensure that graduates are employable in the future. It suggests that encouraging and supporting continued experimentation with and learning from diverse programs linking schools, employers, and young entrepreneurs, establishing a national assessment that will permit educational institutions to certify the level of employability competitions their students have achieved employment. So in another study, another report of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Good Governance and Policy Analysis in 2017, Impact Assessment of Mukhyamantri Swarojgar Yojana. This study came upon the findings that the maximum represented the caste of other backward classes is OBC and SC/ST, and the maximum represented the age group of 18 to 29 years. The maximum beneficiaries are male. Half of the applicants got approval for loans, and people with higher education qualifications found no beneficiary. So this study is helping me in understanding the implications of the scheme, how Mukhyamantri Swarojgar scheme imply. So in the research study, Human Capital and Self-Employment in India, an empirical analysis for different cohorts by Navadita Datta et al. In 2022, argue that the human capital, which includes education, training, and work experience, is the crucial factor that determines an individual's ability to start and run a successful business. The paper provides a detailed analysis of the impact of different components of human capital on self-employment, and the findings are insightful and useful for policymakers and entrepreneurs. The author used various ecocentric techniques to analyze the data and control for other factors that may affect self-employment, such as gender, age, location, and their family background. So, Bagheera and Indrajit in 2020 wrote a paper on returns to education and self-employment in India, a comparison across different selection models, provides an in-depth analysis of the relationship between education and self-employment in India. Focusing on the returns to education and self-employment, it uses data from the National Sample Survey and employs various selection models to analyze the data. It focuses on the returns to education and self-employment and argue that education is an important determinant of self-employment, and it provides a detailed analysis of the impact of education on earnings in self-employment. The findings of this paper are useful mainly for policymakers and entrepreneurs also. So after we all that literature review, now we go for the analysis of our literature. So the review of our literature was done under two themes: first, study on Indian people, or second, on abroad. So we have taken 4 to 5 elements on that review of literature. The first element is our age. So we find that those 40 years of age or older are more interested in self-employment than young individuals. Although it has been discovered that senior persons are more inclined to start their own business in overseas also. So our next domain is education. So in education, we find that those with low levels of education are more likely to engage in self-employment, whereas those engaged in integrated self-employment must at the very least have a professional degree. So our next domain is sex. Males are more likely than females to be self-employment in both India and other nations, although the ratio is steadily rising. So our next domain is marital status. The majority of self-employment people are married, it is been discovered in our So next domain is family occupation. So we find that those whose parents work in such a capacity are more likely to be self-employment. In addition to that domain already mentioned, there are many factors that influences people to choose self-employment, such as the desire for a particular lifestyle, the fact that working for oneself is more flexible, independent, and satisfying than working for someone else, a lack of employability skills, government policies that are geared towards self-employment, tax incentives, etc. So now we are going for our conclusion. So we can observe that the foreign conducted through research on the influence variables. However, domestic self-employment is insufficient by comparing the analysis of the literature. Review conducted both domestically and abroad on the elements influencing self-employment. Even though both local and international experts are researching the effects of self-employment, their research focuses on various issues that pertain to different backgrounds. The study used literature that was already available to access a number of elements and discovered that there are a number of personal, societal, and environmental factors that influence people's decisions. Additional research reveals that female participation is extremely low, requiring policymakers to pay special attention to this aspect. Those with low educational background are more likely to be involved, which is another disadvantage. Due to their lack of information and skills, youth are less inclined to join the club of self-employment. Such exploration ended up being useful for policymakers in detailing approaches more viable. Further, such sort of investigate ought to be empowered more, since it is need of right now to manage the problem of employment. It is in one of the ways. So we thank Sir Holistic Health Foundation, India, and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing, Dr. Ravindra Sir, moderator and coordinator for 10 days international conference on social work, science, respecting diversity, inclusion, social action, sustainable development 2023, and his team for giving us this wonderful opportunity to present our topic and express our sincere, heartful gratitude and appreciate for our valuable time, efforts in attending international conference. Hope you all enjoyed the session. If you have any queries, please ask. Actually, I have also said some work that I am very happy so that we are celebrating World Social Work Day. Because most of the time हम फील्ड पे जाते हैं तो हमें पता ही नहीं रहता, मतलब मोस्टली लोगों को पता ही नहीं रहता कि सोशल वर्क है क्या, what you are doing. So they think that the social activist mainly हम सोशल सर्विस और सोशल वर्क को वो एक ही चीज समझते हैं. So there is a मतलब आप जैसे हमारा पुणे हुआ, महाराष्ट्र हुआ और दिल्ली हुआ, वहाँ इसकी मतलब थोड़ी बहुत नॉलेज है भी लोगों को, बट हम बाकी जगह जाते हैं छत्तीसगढ़ तो वहाँ इसकी नॉलेज नहीं है. So there is a need for that type of conferences and all, that type of awareness in the people, so that we work for that. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, congratulations to both of you. Very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, participants, if you have any
query, thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can make request. Anyone, if anyone of you have any observations, queries, feel free to share. You can raise your hand or unmute yourself. If you have any difficulty in unmuting, you can raise your hand. Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
First, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me the opportunity to address my opinion. Sir, actually, I saw a lot of this self-employment during pandemic times. During the Corona period, I saw a lot of my friends, when they lost their jobs in the company, they had taken MSW, they lost their jobs in company, they all moved to self-employment. Like they did the own business, HR business, and that foreign goods. So, and but one thing, you should do a lot of hard work when you are doing self-employment. It's not like that 8 hours job in office. You should put heart and soul, and you should be ready to work beyond office hours. That's what I got the feedback from my friends Jairam and Muthu Prasanna, and also. So it actually I've heard about this in pandemic times, sir. It was very informative. Congratulations to you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. You are right that we need patience for the self-employment, because it is not something we can do in a very short period. So you are right. And we can see that in pandemic that it is growing faster, and government are also taking initiative in that field and also promoting it. Thank you. Anyone else have any query, any suggestion?
And thank you very much, ma'am, for you also for doing a wonderful session. God bless you also, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, anyone else would like to share? You can quickly unmute. Okay. Okay, congratulations, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to next session. Next presentation by Vismaya. Are you there, ma?
Yes, sir. Can I start now?
Yeah, just a second. You can minimize the poll instead of closing it. Have you filled the feedback form, ma?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can minimize that.
Okay. Can I share now?
Yes, ma. You can start your video and also your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma, but we can't see you.
So there is a network issue here. So I can't able to open the video. Some distractions are here.
Okay, ma, continue.
Okay. First of all, good evening, everyone. And I wish you a World Social Work Day today. Myself, Vismaya KG, second year MSW student, and I am pursuing my post-graduation from Sri Shabarisha College, Kottayam, which is affiliated to Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Kerala. First of all, I thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation, India, and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts and Science, Wellbeing, Dr. Ravindra sir, moderator and coordinator for 10 days international conference on social work, sciences, respecting diversity, inclusion, social action, and sustainable development 2023, and his team for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my topic today on strategies for building resilience in children, and express my sincere heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. So we are moving on to the presentation. So my topic is strategy for building resilience in children. So in this presentation, we are going to look upon the factors that contribute to resilience, resilient individual traits, resilience and children, relationship and resilience, resilience disturbances in children, importance of resilience in children, and the strategies for building resilience in children, and the resilience strategy from peer group, and how about the preschool children, elementary school children, middle school children, high school children, and what are the 7 C's of resilience, and finally moving to the conclusion. So what is resilience? Resilience refers to the ability of individuals, communities, or system to adapt and recover from adversity, stress, or trauma. It is the capacity to bounce back and cope effectively with the challenges, setbacks, and change. Resilience is not a fixed trait. It can be developed and strengthened over time. It can help people to overcome traumatic experience, cope with chronic stress, and maintain mental and emotional well-being. So resilience is not just about being tough or strong. It also involves being flexible, adaptable, and able to learn from the setbacks. So what are the factors that contribute to resilience? First of all, social support. Having a strong support network of family, friends, or community members can provide emotional and practical support during difficult times and can help individuals feel less alone and more resilient. Next is the positive self-concept. A positive self-image and a strong sense of self-worth can help individuals bounce back from setbacks and maintain a positive outlook during challenging times. Next is the flexibility and adaptability. Being able to adapt to changing circumstances and remain flexible in the face of adversity can help individuals maintain a sense of control and cope with the stressors more effectively. Coping skill. Having effective coping strategy such as problem solving skill, emotional regulation, and mindfulness practice can help individuals manage stress and overcome challenges. And having a sense of purpose and meaning in life. So it helps the individual to maintain a sense of hope and optimism during their difficult time. And resilient role models, which means having positive role models who have demonstrated resilience can provide inspiration and guidance for individuals who are facing challenges. So what are the resilient individual traits? Optimism, which means they have a positive mindset. So these individuals have a positive outlook on life and are able to see the good in difficult situation. Perseverance. Resilient individuals are persistent in pursuing their goals and are not easily deterred by obstacles or setbacks. Adaptability. Resilient individuals are able to adapt to changing circumstances and are willing to make necessary adjustment to overcome challenges. And they're having a strong social support network. Resilient individuals have a strong social support system, including family, friends, colleagues who provide emotional supports and practical assistance whenever it is needed. Then next is the emotional regulation. So these individuals are able to manage and control their emotion in an effective way and also in a healthy way, which can cope effectively with the stress and anxiety. So these are the major traits of a resilient individual. Next, let's look upon how it related with the children. So resilience in children refers to the ability of children to adapt and cope with stress, adversity, and trauma. Or it can be simply defined as it is the capacity to bounce back from difficult situations and learn from challenges, develop skills and strategies that help them manage future difficulties. So resilience is an important skill for children to develop as it enables them to cope with and overcome challenges and setbacks. So it is very important to develop the capacity of resilience among children. So relationship and resilience, which means how both these terms are related with each other. So this relationship act as a foundation of child resilience, and important relationship are with parents, caregivers, friends, etc. And a strong relationship helps the child feel loved, safe, and secure. So this sense of safety and security gives children the confidence to explore their world and to recover from any setbacks they experience. So these relationship and resilience are interconnected to each other. Building and maintaining strong relationship can help foster resilience, while having resilience can improve the quality and durability of relationship. So strong relationship can provide a support system that help individuals to cope with stress and adversity. For example, having close friends or any other relatives or family members who are there to listen and offer support during a challenging time can help to buffer the negative effect of stress and promote resilience. But however, there also exists a toxic and unsupportive relationship, which can actually undermine the resilience and make it harder for individual to cope with adversity. So it's important to cultivate relationships that are positive and healthy, and to seek support from those who genuinely care about our own well-being. Resilience disturbances in children. So we tended to idealize childhood as a carefree time, but youth alone offers no shield against the emotional hurts, challenges, and traumas many children face. Children can be asked to deal with the problems ranging from adapting to a new classroom or online schooling to bullying by peers or even struggles at home. Add to that the uncertainties that are part of growing up in a complex world, and childhood can be anything but carefree. The ability to thrive despite these challenges arises from the skill of resilience. So these disturbances can manifest in a variety of ways in children, depending upon the children temperament, development stage, and life experience. Some of the manifestations are sometimes they feel difficulty for adapting to changes, or some may lack confidence, or some may have very poor emotional regulation, some may felt social isolation, or some may feel helpless, hopeless in their life. So what is the importance of resilience in children? It develop a sense of mastery over their environment and promote their overall well-being. And it also develop healthy relationship and to succeed in school and other areas of life. A positive outlook on life. To create a positive outlook and able to solve problem, develop good social skill, and able to regulate and control their emotions in an effective way, and able to seek help and support whenever needed without any hesitation, and a strong sense of self-efficacy. So let's look how we can develop this resilience among children. There is 10 strategy for building resilience in children. First one is make connection, which means teach the child importance of engaging and connecting with their peers, including the skill of empathy and listening to others. Find a way to help children foster connectivity by suggesting they connect to peer in person or through phone, video, chats, and text. It is important to build a strong family network. Connecting with others provides social support and strengthen resilience. Next one is help the child by having them help others, which means children who may feel helpless can feel empowered by helping others. So engage the child in age-appropriate volunteer work or ask for assistance yourself with a task that they can master. Then next, maintain a daily routine. Sticking to a routine can be comforting to children, especially younger children who crave structure in their life. Work with the child to develop a routine in their life and highlight times that are for school, work, and play, particularly during the time of distress or transition, and might need to be flexible with some routines. At the same time, schedules and consistency are important to maintain. So always try to keep a daily routine in their life. Then take a break. While some anxiety can motivate to take positive action, we also need to validate our feeling. Teach the child how to focus on something that they can control or can act on. Help by challenging unrealistic thinking by asking them to examine the chances of worst case scenario, and what they might tell a friend who has those worries. Next is teach your child self-care. So the importance of basic self-care contribute to develop resilience attitude in a child. This may be making more time to eat properly, exercise, and get sufficient sleep. Make sure that the child has time to have fun and participate in activities they enjoy, etc. And also move towards your goal. Teach your child to set reasonable goal and help them to move towards them. One step at a time. Establishing goal will help children focus on specific tasks and can help build the resilience to move towards in the face of challenges. At school, break down large assignment into small, achievable goals for younger children and for older children. Acknowledge accomplishment on the way to larger goal. Make them equip with the try to let a path to create their goals. Nurture a positive self-view. Help your child remember ways they have successfully handled hardship in the past and help them understand that these past challenges help build the strength to handle future challenges. So must develop a positive atmosphere for the child and help the child to learn to trust themselves to solve problem and make appropriate decision. At school, help children see how their individual accomplishment contribute to the well-being of the class as a whole. Next, to keep things in perspective and maintain a hopeful outlook. That even when the child is facing very painful event, help them look at the situation in a broader context and keep a long-term perspective. Although the child may be too young to consider a long-term look on their own, help them see that there is a future beyond the current situation and that the future can be good. So developing an optimistic and positive outlook. This enables the children to see the good things in life and also keep going even in the hardest time. Next thing is the accept change. Change often can be scary for children and teens. So help your child see that change is part of life and new goals can replace goals that have become unattainable. So it is important to examine what is going well and to have a plan of action for what is not going well. In school, point out how students have changed as they moved up in grade levels and discuss how that changes has had an impact on the students. So these are the 10 strategy for developing resilience among children. We can develop resilience through peer group influences also. It can be obtained through seeking support, a positive self-talk, practicing self-care, and focusing on strength, embracing change, finding meaningful and purpose, and practicing gratitude. Next, resilience and preschool children. In the case of preschool children, developing resilience is essential as they are at a stage where they are learning and developing new skill and facing various challenges in their daily lives. It can be developed through build a strong and supportive relationship with the child, encourage independence, foster problem solving skill, teach coping strategy, model resilience. So very young children will only recently have mastered the skill of walking and talking, and they may not be able to express their anxieties and fears. Although you may think they are too young to understand what is happening, even very young children can absorb frightening events from the news or from conversation they overhear. So watch the children for sign of fear and sadness they may not be able to put into words. And ask whether have your child become extra clingy or needing more hugs than usual. Have our children started old habit after you thought they had outgrown the behavior? Are they suddenly more irritable? They may be feeling the pressure of what is going on in the world around them. So use play to help the children express their fears and encourage them as much as you can, and engage them with play, such as pretend games to express what they may not be able to put into words. Next, in elementary school children, developing resilience is important to help them navigate the ups and downs of growing up. It can be developed through encourage problem solving skill, teach coping strategy, foster a growth mindset, provide social support, model resilience. So in elementary school, children may be starting to form a new front group and participate in new activity as they come into their own. As they start to study subject about the world outside of their home, they look to teachers as well as to parents to make them feel safe and to help sort it all out. So make sure the child has a place where they can feel safe, whether that is home or school. And also when there is a situation outside of the home that is frightening, limit the amount of news your children watch or listen to. There is always the possibility that they misinterpret what they see or hear on the news, and you don't need to hide what's happening in the world from your children, but neither do they have to be exposed to constant stories that fuel their fears. So through these methods, we can develop a resilience among elementary school children. Next, how about in a middle school children? So middle school is a time of transition and change for many children, and it can be a challenging period in their lives. Developing resilience in middle school, children can help them navigate these challenges and build the skill they need to thrive. It can be also developed through encourage independence and teach stress management skill, foster a growth mindset, build social support, provide positive role models. So middle school can be especially difficult time for many children as they struggle to meet extra academic demand and avoid new social pitfalls. They look to teachers and friends as well as to parents to make them feel safe. Reinforce empathy and help the child to keep perspective. If your child fall into the shifting of social group that form in middle school, help them understand that other children may be feeling just as lonely and confused, and help them to see beyond the current situation. So talk with the children about your own feeling during times of extraordinary stress. And the children may be old enough to appreciate hearing about your own thoughts and feeling, but also the ways in which you cope. Share how the ways you cope are helpful to you, but also find technique that may benefit for the child. So they require an open talking between the parent and the child. Next, in high school children. So high school is a critical time for adolescents as they transition into adulthood and face a range of challenges. Developing resilience in high school children can help them navigate these challenges and build the skills they need to succeed. It can be developed through encourage autonomy, teach problem solving skill, foster a growth mindset, build social support, encourage self-care, and giving responsibility. Although the teens may tower over you, they still are young and can keenly feel the fear and uncertainty of both the normal stresses of being a teen as well as events in the world around them. Emotion may be volatile and close to the surface during the teen years, as we all know. And finding the best way to connect it to the teen can be difficult. And we always talk with them whenever we can, even if it seems they don't want to talk. Sometimes the best time to talk may be when you are in the car together, or sometimes it may be when you are doing works together, allowing your teen to focus on something else while they talk. When they have questions, answer them honestly, please, but with reassurance. Ask them their opinion about what is happening and listen to their answer. So next, we are looking about what are the 7 C's of resilience. Dr. Kenneth Ginsburg, a pediatrician specializing in adolescent medicine at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, has described the major 7 C's of resilience that include competence, confidence, connection, character, contribution, coping, and finally control. First, competence. This competence describes the feeling of doing something well or effectively dealing with a situation. Help the child to develop competence by recognizing their strength and providing opportunity to develop them. If they have an aptitude for math, sculpture, or basketball, for example, tell them you have noticed and encouraged them to practice. Helping them develop competence in making choice and in maintaining friendship is also very important. And we must always beware of avoid making comparison with a sibling or unintentionally sending the message you think your children are incompetent by overprotecting them. So develop a competence inside them, not by comparing with others. Next C is the confidence. Confidence grows out of competence and it can be nurtured by recognizing what the child has done well and praising them for specific achievement. For example, praise them for a great result on an exam rather than for being smart. Encourage them with a task and activity that are challenging but achievable. Keep the focus on positive qualities such as fairness, integrity, and determination. So build a confidence among them in a fair manner. Next, the third C is the connection. So strong ties to family and community foster a sense of belongingness and help to reduce the risk of children seeking acceptance in unhealthy way. So the home should be a haven of safety and security where children feel comfortable expressing their emotion and ideas without fear or punishment. Family meal times are a great avenue for building this connection. And church and youth groups are reinforce positive message. So always try to connect the child with the family, community, their friends, etc. Next C is the character. Character involves helping your child understand right from wrong and to develop strong guiding moral. Encourage your child to see themselves as a caring person, grow their relationship with God, and consider how their behavior affect others. So try to build a positive character inside them. Next C is the contribution. It is vital for children to realize that the world is better for them being in it. Encourage them that God has a plan and a purpose for their lives, and knowing the value of their personal contribution gives them a sense of value and motivation, and also create opportunity for them to serve or get involved in existing ones. Next C is the coping. So coping effectively with stress is crucial for overcoming challenges. So developing a certain coping skill inside them. And the final 7th C is the control. Having a sense of control over outcome will help your child to bounce back from adversity and help them to understand that their decision have consequences, but that some things are the result of other people's action. Help them to understand that they can't control circumstances or other people's attitudes or action, but that they can control their action in responses. And also help them to experience discipline as teaching rather than punishment when they make poor choices. So these are the main 7 C's of resilience described by the Dr. Kenneth Ginsburg. So moving to my conclusion. Developing resilience is a personal journey, and you should use your knowledge of your own children to guide them on their journey. An approach to building resilience that works for you or your child might not work for someone else. So if your child seems stuck or overwhelmed and unable to use these tips, you may want to consider talking to someone who can help, such as psychologist or other mental health professional. So thank you. That's all about my topic. Once again, I thank the whole team for giving me this wonderful opportunity for presenting my topic in this international conference. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Are you there?
Sister, wait, I think there is some communication problem.
Yeah, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes,
sir,
but the
yes.
sound is breaking.
Okay. So congratulations. If you have any, if any one of you have any queries, observations, we can quickly take it.
Hi, Vismaya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Mary from Bangalore. Actually, I first congratulate the courage and confidence you have in this second year MSW to present in such an international conference. Congratulations first for your confidence and courage. Then you selected very good topic, resilience in children. So that is also really, and you're really done justice to your level. It's according to me, it's an excellent presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And you explained really well, and all the best for your
Thank you.
future, and all the best for your exams also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excellent. According to me, it's a very excellent presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I also thank the entire team for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, congratulations and wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Neha. Are you there? Dr. J. Chitraglega.
Yes, sir, I'm there, sir.
Yeah, just a second.
Hello?
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
So any other presentations will be taking up tomorrow, as already we have
Good evening all. Dr. J. Chitralekha. I thank Shri Holistic Health Foundation India and Shri Research Institute and Center for Arts and Science and Wellbeing, Dr. Ravindra Shri, moderator and coordinator for 10 days international conference on social work, science, respecting diversity, inclusion, social action, and sustainable development 2023, and his team for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my topic today on climate change and its impact on Indian economy, and express my sincere, heartfelt gratitude. Let me start with the topic. My topic is climate change and its impact on Indian economy. Growth of a country relies on energy usage. That is main cause of greenhouse gas emission, which will definitely ruin environment. Due to this, the growth of our economy will be disturbed. But later on, by using improved version technology, it might improvise on the deteriorating environment. The impact of climate change is in alert in India. Many cities are reporting temperatures above 48 degrees Celsius, and heat waves are becoming more common and severe, and also experiencing heavy rainfalls, and the total precipitation is decreasing. Owing to which a billion people are facing severe water scarcity. And another scary situation is the rising sea levels, as a threefold of our country's population live near coast, and the North Sea level has increased by an average of 3.2 mm per year over the last 2 decades. The developed countries might have a positive impact, but in the long run, it will have a negative influence. The underdeveloped countries are dependent on agriculture sectors who have to bear the cost for advancement and usage of different strategies to reduce negative impact. And if you think about the developing countries, they also try to increase their economic growth and also decrease the poverty. For this purpose, they require fast and industrial development, and also they need to promote living standards. This all will lead to much emission of CO2, and ultimately climate change will definitely happen. So my study, I have got certain statement of problems. Statement of problems are in order to improve the standard of living, people carry out economic activities that has led to a big hole in ozone layer in the atmosphere, causing global warming. Global warming is due to emission of CO2 from industries that pollutes the air, disposal of toxic waste, a spillage of oil. The root source of all these impacts are because of the developed countries, and the sufferers are the vulnerable countries. So this makes climate change very serious issue at present. My research objective is to examine the impact of climate change on the economy of India. So you can see a chart over here where this explains about the, it just depicts the climate change that can reduce the India's GDP by 2.6% by 2100, when the global temperature will rise below 2 degrees Celsius. And when the global temperature increases by 4 degrees Celsius, the GDP will decrease. It is projected at 13.4%. And let me, this is the economic cost of there are some economic cost of climate change. So climate change has been and continuing to be varying across the globe, and at the same time, the economic consequences are also different. The economic cost involved in climate change has been classified into market and non-market cost. A market cost is only to some, it is going to be only to some part of the economy, which could be easily quantified, while non-market cost is not quantifiable. For example, a damaged coral reef is a non-market cost. Here are some of the market and non-market costs that add up on global basis. That is, here we have got the market sectors like the agriculture, where most of the crops performance relies on rainfalls. Either there will be increase or decrease in agricultural production is based on the pour of rain, and if the temperature is going to rise less than 3 degrees Celsius, the impact on agriculture are expected to be positive, whereas the temperature rises beyond the 3 degrees Celsius, the impact will be negative. Ultimately, there will be a shift in the rise of crops and animal graze that will raise the cost involved. Next is the forestry. Climate change can alter the forest ecological function. The eruption of diseases, insects, fire, species attacks or disturbing the forest regime and the forest ecosystem. And next comes is the fisheries. There is decline in fisheries due to climate change. The regions that mostly depend on fishery are vulnerable to ocean warming up and acidification, because of which there is shift from ocean fishing production to farm fishing production. And next comes is the insurance. In future, insurance premium payable will become costlier due to the reason that there is an increase in global warming and often happening of certain extreme weather events, and this will increase the cost to the economy. And public infrastructure, the frequent occurrence of dreadful weather disaster, which might, it is due to global warming, and the subsequent increase in the sea level will have an impact on the infrastructure like roadways, pipelines, power supply line, water supply, and internet connection of our country. So this will have an impact on cost of maintaining and replacing the systems, which are very essential for our country's growth. And next comes is the energy. Again, due to the warming up of planet, which will have which will increase the usage of electricity, which will increase, which is needed for cooling, and this would be another economic burden of our country. And there are other non-market sectors also here. Human health, there will be increase in spread of diseases among human beings, and the treatment of such disease would be a challenging task, and also it would also cost money due to the increase in heat waves. This will cause illness and health risk to human beings. This in turn will increase the cost of the economy. And if you see regarding the ecosystem, because of the ocean warming and acidification, there is a greater threat to the coral reefs and other marine ecosystems. So increase in temperature leads to melting of icebergs and rise in the sea level, which would ultimately will create a greater cost to the economy. And we talk about the fresh resources, as glaciers are melting and winter snows are diminishing, and it is going to be an important source of fresh water, which is declining. As precipitation pattern changes, surface water will decrease and groundwater will become depleted even faster. So these costs are likely to be very significant in some regions. So I just conclude my topic by saying that governments will have to continue to play a key role in integrating the climate change consideration into national strategies and policy frameworks. The concurrent emergency requires all stakeholders to come on board, thereby leveraging the power of collective to deal with the climate change and its impact on the economy, with the involvement of relevant stakeholders to carve a sustainable future. I again thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center of Arts and Science and Wellbeing, Dr. Ravindra Sir, moderator and coordinator for the 10 Days International Conference on Social Work, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my topic. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Chitraleja. Congratulations. It is very pertinent on this day. Climate change is a pressing problem. So you have very well presented with very short presentation. Congratulations. So already we passed 10. So we will take up the rest of the sessions tomorrow. So any other speakers whose presentations are not scheduled and today who are left out, we request everyone to make yourself available for tomorrow's presentations. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 6 o'clock. So see you all tomorrow. And before leaving, quickly fill up the overall feedback form. Dear friends, feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. We request everyone to fill the feedback form. And we thank you everyone, all the presenters and our chief guest for the day, and also all the participants for joining us on the 4th day of International Conference. And we wish you, hope you all have enjoyed all the sessions and look forward to see you tomorrow at the same time, 6 o'clock with the same link. We'll have a few more interesting sessions, and those registered presenters who have not yet completed their formalities are requested to complete their formalities so that their presentations can be scheduled. And you can also join daily whenever there is an opportunity, availability of time, we will take it up if any unscheduled presentations are there. The feedback form has been raised in the form of polls in Zoom. If you are unable to see, you can log out and log in. Otherwise, if you have accidentally closed, there will be an option, polls, in the menu. You can click in that. Then you can see the active poll visible, or update your Zoom app to the latest version, which is supported by your device. If you are logging from desktop client, from browser or within browser, there might be some issues. I request everyone to download Zoom app and install it and attend from that, so that there will be no issues in attending the conference and filling up the feedback. So thank you everyone once again. We apologize for the delay and see you all tomorrow, and wishing you all happy International Day of Forest and happy World Social Work Day. And on the occasion of New Year tomorrow, we wish you all happy Ugadi, happy Telugu New Year, Kannada New Year. And many parts of the world, it is celebrated. So we wish you all happy Ugadi. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.